Hi jewellery makers, if you're a Freeview viewer, you can now continue to watch the show live by switching over to channel 64. Our brand new 24-hour channel is available to the majority of homes in the UK, so grab your remote now to make sure you don't miss a thing.
Thank you to all of our customers who voted for Jewellery Maker to be nominated at the Make and Sell Jewellery Awards. We've been nominated for 8 awards. Please continue to vote for us to win by going to the Make and Sell Jewellery Awards website and registering your vote. Voting closes on the 27th of November.
Welcome to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We're also joined by the rather fantastic Sarah Elvin.
Hello.
Who's looking very summery and lovely. You all right?
Yes, I'm very well, thank you.
You had a nice break over the summer?
I did. I had a lovely time, thank you.
Have you been back on air since your break?
I was back yesterday.
Oh, right,
I did a
okay.
design and inspiration show yesterday, so it was my first show back.
Nice way to ease yourself
Yes,
back into Jewellery
that's
Maker.
it. And now it's full on, back onto Jewellery Maker.
There you go. Now you're on the late show,
Yes.
so there's none of this, you know, inspiring people. Oh yeah, we'll still do some inspiring people, that's what we'll do. But also here on the late show, it's our job to make sure that you find and add it to your order price. If you've already got your order up and running today, we're going to find a bargain, so you can make the most of your 1 P&P per day of just £2.95. If you want to get involved with any of the deals this evening, my advice would be pick up your phone, dial the free phone number. The second you lay eyes on something you like the look of, you can always put the phone down, but of course if you miss it you will miss out, because we tend to have some of the lower quantity items here on the late show, but we've also got lots of high quantity brand new goodies to bring to you as well. We are going to be closing the show with our superstar buy as ever, and tonight that is your rainbow coated crackled quartz. There you go. There's a lot going on with this, especially as we've got 16mm rounds here, so you're getting a huge carat weight. They're going to make a massive impact, and I'm going to give you the one way I've described them. Basically they're just like bubbles. That's what they look like, isn't it?
The most beautifully formed soap bubbles. They're
there you
gorgeous.
go. Actually, I'm not sure that the rainbow colour coating is coming across on screen, but it's there in abundance when you see them in the flesh. It might just be our studio lighting. Oh, I think we're picking it up a little bit down here now. There you go. But yes, it is awash with a myriad of colours, almost a, well, yes, a rainbow of colours, in fact. It is, after all, a rainbow coating. So these are coming up at the end of the show, probably around about 9:15. Make sure you are tuned in with your phone in hand, or, of course, you can shop at jewellerymaker.com, probably the most efficient way to shop from us, but as ever, make sure that you check out to avoid disappointment. So there you go. Oh, look, I should have slid that down there so that I could show off my brand new cufflinks, my Amalite cufflinks. Do you like these? This was my little treat that was bought for me for taking my family away on holiday.
Aww.
And they all snuck off to a gift shop, and I was like, where is everybody? Getting all angry. So I was standing holding the dog for like half an hour, and I'm like, where are they? And then they suddenly emerged, and I was like, where have you been? And they're like, buying you these. So then I had to feel sheepish that I'd had a go at everyone. That's holidays for you, that's family holidays. Hopefully you've all enjoyed a nice break, and now it's time to focus on the end of the year. We know what's coming. Holidays are coming, holidays are coming. Yes, not long before those Christmas craft fairs get up and running, so always important to plan in advance, and we are going to bring you all the deals tonight. In fact, it's about to get a little bit meshy up in here. That's right, I'm back, baby. Here we go. It's a mesh deal. Is that right? We're kicking off with this? Yes, let's do it. We're not meshing around tonight. Keep Keep them coming, boys. I don't mind. I don't mind how cheesy I look on screen. Here we go. These are fantastic colours, in fact, because they're very in tune with the metallic tones that people tend to use quite a lot in their designs, aren't they? Because you've got the antique bronze. You have got it's been described as dark green, but it's a very, very deep green, I would say. Oh, hello. Lid making a little break for it. It is dark green. It is dark green. It looks very, very rich in colour on screen, but actually I suppose it depends what you match it up with, Sarah.
It does. I think if you put it with gold, it really brings out that green tone.
Absolutely.
Just lifts it.
And that'll look really festive as well.
It will. It'll look gorgeously festive.
I'm gonna put a lot of focus on Christmas from the 1st of September onwards. Actually, earlier today, I was in a little shop near my house, just buying my lunch, and it actually said, it's never too early to start thinking about Christmas. And there was a poster in the shop, and I thought, good advice, I'll use that this evening. So yes, I think it is important to start planning. I know that you're somebody who does work from season to season, aren't you, Sarah? So you
have to. You just have to be prepared, because, you know, if you're going to do the craft stalls and you're going to do your Christmas fairs and things, you have to have your stock ready, and that takes time to prepare.
Of course it does.
So you have to be preparing that now, or even have started preparing. Even maybe you started back after sort of Easter, getting ready, because that might be when you make the most of your money for the whole year, maybe at your Christmas fairs.
I suppose if you're running your own business, you have to be planning in advance, don't you?
Definitely.
There you go then. Well, I think that the mesh is a really important product for a lot of jewellery makers, because it does bring a different texture and a different dynamic to your designs, but also the design opportunities are, well, almost endless, really. We've actually got the antique bronze here in your 10mm and your 18mm, and the dark green tone comes in your 18mm. So that's the 10mm. I mean, if you haven't seen this before, it's fantastic, because it's magic. It's called magic mesh for a reason. Basically, you can stretch it out into the positions you want. I mean, I've seen it used to great effect to form petals, leaves, that kind of thing. Of course, you can also almost sort of cage your beads inside the gems. Actually, I'll tell you what, the rainbow coated, the 16mm would look great inside here.
They would, because they will catch all that iridescence through the mesh, and the mesh will actually bounce the light in there as well.
Fantastic. And the beautiful thing is that because it goes back into its original shape, oh, a third of the stock's already been allocated. There you go, look, you just pull it tight and it will take a bit of shape as well. So there you go, you can easily use it to create a great effect. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, with a third of the stock already been allocated, we're expecting this to be a sellout deal. $7.95 is your price point this evening. Don't forget, if you are placing this in your basket at jewellerymaker.com, you need to be checking out to avoid disappointment. In fact, we only had 39 available of this particular bundle.
Wow.
So that's nice and precise for you. Wow, and it looks to me like this could be a sellout deal, because a lot of the people who are already on the phone lines have actually started to multi-buy now that they've seen the price point. Normally, this would cost you £11.35, but tonight, as part of this particular wholesale bundle, you can add it to your order for just £7.95. And Sarah's actually already created.
You can take it out the stand. I just left it in there.
Okay, that's there you go. Yes.
It's a little buttonhole, or brooch type piece with 3 little sort of calla lilies at the top there.
I like that.
Yeah.
And how long would something like this take you to put together?
Not long at all.
No?
About half an hour tops.
Oh, there you go.
If that, for 20 minutes maybe, from start to finish. Once you've got that idea in your head, it doesn't take very long to put the pieces together. To me, the design process takes a lot longer than actually making the pieces of jewellery normally.
Right, okay, because the techniques, you're quite... Well, you're confident in what you're trying to achieve, but it's actually coming up with the concept.
That's it. And once you know where you're going, it's like yesterday with the designer inspiration show, there was a big piece on there that I'd braided, but it took me 4 or 5 hours to put the original piece together.
Right.
But when I actually did all the demo and the prep, it only took me about an hour to do all of that, and then only half an hour to put it all together. So it proves that once you've got that design process in place, you can then, the actual making doesn't quite often take that long.
I'm just getting in trouble because I was leaning it too far back and we couldn't see the form of the calla lilies you created. But actually, I think everybody can appreciate what you've done now. There you go, silly heads, not holding it properly. And actually what you've done here is you've incorporated our next star buy, which is coming up at around about 5:30, so not long to wait, which is the combination of the Smokey Quartz and the white pearls. Fantastic combination, of course. 2 classic gemstones. Very, very popular with jewellery makers, and that's coming up in about 15-20 minutes, so not long to wait at all. We are going to kick off with another deal. I'm just going to move these all to one side, in fact. Participation Pete will sort this out for me because he's so amazing. And what's this? Before I've even seen the product, Mother's like, you're not going to agree with the price point. Here we go. It's a clearance double on one of my favourite gemstones, certainly what I believe to be one of the most interesting gemstones available, certainly here on Jewellery Maker. Are you also saying that I won't agree with the fact that they're called hearts? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, they're not hearts. They're top drill drops, as ever. I'm not sure whether it's a generic classification or it's just a typo. But basically, just to be clear, they are top drill drops, probably more useful as petals or leaves rather than hearts because they don't have that indentation.
They will sit beautifully though. When you put them onto a piece of beading thread, you can really pull them tight and they'll sort of almost twist out and do that naturally, so you don't have to keep placing them. Sometimes when you put gemstones in a neckline piece and you want them to sit a certain way, you have to keep placing them there.
Right.
These will sit naturally, beautifully.
They just sort of drop down into your design. That's fantastic, isn't it? And actually, it's quite good because if you do use these in, you know, sort of inspired by Mother Nature style designs, they do bring a great deal of intensity to the piece, I believe, because you've got those, well, fiery, lava-like colour tones. You've got the golden tones, the tangerines, even those rich cherry reds there as well, which is probably the rarest variety of fire opal, but you've got plenty of it on this particular strand. You can see there the cherry red opal, absolutely fantastic. And you've even got a little bit of colour play. I'll tell you what, we have got a brand new strand of opal coming up later in the show, I believe. More of a traditional variety of opal. These will look fantastic together, actually. Now, this is a clearance double deal. So the idea here is that we've taken 2 of the same strand, we've bundled them together to create a unique discount code. This will only be available for the next 60 minutes, as will the price reduction. So if you want to take advantage of the price reduction, you need to be getting involved with this particular deal. Normally you get 50 carats of opal. Today we're going to give you 100 carats because we've doubled it up. So is this the correct price? So normally it would be $35.90 for both strands. I think that seems right, but that's not the price point this evening. So they're normally $17.95 each at $35.90. Wow, buy one, get one for £4. After my little break, I'm all gone back to being really shocked at the prices again.
I know, it's so amazing. I mean, yeah, when I was in France, there's loads and loads of, you know, boutique jewellery shops everywhere, and the prices are just, you know, sky high.
I know.
And it's just the fact that you can get genuine gemstones, make your own jewellery in whatever design you like, at that price.
I know. I was down in the southwest for a short break, and I went to a few different bead shops, but also like places that sold sort of fossils and different gemological items. And I understand they have a completely different model to our business. Of course, they don't have 10 years of building up relationships with mine owners, and they have to charge what they have to charge, of course. But our prices blow it out the water. They're ridiculous, really.
They do, and you know, just to actually be able to create your own designs in whatever metal tones you want, whatever findings you want to use.
Yes.
That creativity and that at that price, just an amazing bargain.
Actually, something you've just touched on there I didn't mention, which is actually really important when you're working with fire opal, works with any metal tone, doesn't it? Because of the intensity of the colours, you can go with, you know, yellow gold, you can go with silver, or the sort of more vintage and antique looks.
And if you want to work with wire, you know, you can bring your antique bronze and your copper tones in together and put them both together with this gemstone, and it just really
actually, it's almost like the colours of the gemstones will bring the metallic tones together.
That's it.
It looks like it's going to be a sellout. I'm being told we have to move on. Another successful clearance deal. Where to, sorry? Okay, here we go. Oh, now this is a gorgeous variety of chalcedony, and it's really a case of, I think we might have enhanced Mother Nature's hard work here. So she's created the chalcedony for us, fantastic quality, and you'll be able to see that from the way it's been cut. But also, we've given it this almost, for me, it's almost like a pearlescent coating. Have a look at the way this reacts when the light hits it. It's almost like a sort of icy iridescence, if you like. You've got a sky blue tone naturally, and then you can see this slight variation in the colour tones. I'll tell you what, this is perfect for those winter wonderland designs that people might be starting to think about for maybe, you know, October, November, December weddings. And how about this for a combination? Maybe if you've just got a big winter event that you're going to, a winter ball or gala or something, you want to make a big impact with your accessories rather than your attire, this would be a fantastic combination, because then the coating on the chalcedony has been picked up by the coating on the rainbow coated quartz. I like that as a combination, fantastic. And of course you've got that frosty essence from the crackled inclusions, which again brings you back to that more wintry feel. Right now we've got a double deal for you. Normally these would be $12.95. That gives you a price point of $25.90, but that is not our clearance price point this evening. As part of a wholesale bundle, we can offer you the best value on the market. Should be $25.90. We're taking it down to Bargain Town. $14.95, buy one, get one for £2. Genuine gemstones. I should say it's the equivalent of getting one for £2, so don't be phoning up saying I said you could have one for £2. Only as part of this deal, it's the equivalent of buy one, get one for £2. Normally $12.95 this evening. Add two to your order for $14.95. Regular buyers will be aware of some of the folklore attached to this gemstone, but if you are new to us, I know we've had a lot of new buyers over the summer period. Maybe you're not quite as in tune with the folklore attached to gemstones. Chalcedony is believed in some circles to stimulate creativity. So it could be the perfect gemstone to work with as a jewellery maker. It might help to lead you through the creative process, especially when you consider the quite dynamic cuts you've got here. These are saucers, they're faceted saucers, so because you've got these extra facets and you've still got those dynamic edges, I almost associate those cuts with a bicone, if you like. So I always think of these as a sort of cross between a rondelle and a bicone, and so you get that play of light on the surface of the gemstone. It's not really sort of going to overpower your design, but it's certainly going to make an impact. $14.95 is your clearance price point tonight. We only had a limited number available on that, and again, it's flying out the door. Actually, do you know what? Cufflinks for this shirt. From a personal point of view. Right, we're moving on, sorry. Oh, we've had a message, a lovely message from Alison in Norfolk. It says, nice to see you back, Ed. Thank you very much. Can see you survived the jump. Really find a male presenter refreshing and your knowledge is appreciated. P.S. Puns need improvement. Because you've been so lovely, I'll take that critique on board. Puns are probably not my forte. Alison's actually making reference there to the fact that I did a skydive on my holiday. I do have the footage. It's going to be edited and we'll put it on Facebook so you can see me jumping out of a plane. And yes, hopefully, like Alison, you're happy I survived it. Most amazing experience, Sarah.
I didn't do anything quite so dangerous. I was the cool mum who went on the very tallest water slide in the water park on holiday.
Is it the one that's got the little bit of vertical drop, so you have to do that?
It drops vertically, then it slides out, and then it drops again.
Oh, I've been on one of those, and they can be a bit daunting. Do you know what? Often, and I'll say this about the parachute jump as well, it's actually getting up to the top that's the scariest part, because you're like sort of like on the steps, you're a bit nervous. Yes. That's what it was like in this rickety little plane going up. If you're scared of heights, that's the bit that would get you, not jumping out.
I said the first one of those slides I did was in France, and it was the stairs got me. I thought, I can't go back down the stairs, I've got to go down the slide. So. Yeah,
that is true. I've once, when I was a kid, got to the top of one of those and then thought, I need the toilet. And I had to walk all the way down the steps and then go back at the top to do it. There you go. Right, okay, we're now going to bring you an essential findings deal, especially... Sorry? Yes, that is it, yeah, and probably my favourite metallic tone actually you've got here. Rose gold plated copper, so these are perfect. You've got the base metal of copper, which is, well, I suppose you can be a little bit more robust with what you're doing if you're working with copper because it's not a precious metal. You've still got that very high-end finish from the rose gold plating, and I find that really a sort of traditional look, really, isn't it? The post and butterfly back. The other good thing about giving you the base metal of copper is that we can create more of a wholesale opportunity. In the past, we've been quite limited in what we can provide you in terms of findings because we're dealing with 925 sterling silver or even gold-plated silver. But when we're applying the platings to the base metals, it allows us to offer you a greater number of items, so we can give you a wholesale deal. Now, you've got 100 pairs here. Normally you'd get 50 pairs. We have created another double deal, so now you can get 100 pairs. Now, this is really important for anybody who is maybe doing their first craft fairs going into this Christmas period, because earrings are a great way to supplement sales, aren't they? Great way to say, oh, well, would you like the matching earrings? They're very quick to make, so you haven't had to invest a lot of time in expanding your collection of jewellery. In fact, was it Mark Smith, just before I went away, was saying that when he does a craft fair, he actually has 400 different pairs of earrings that he takes to each craft fair, because, you know, if you offer your customers more choice, you're more likely to make a sale. Do you find that the earrings are a big seller, Sarah?
Earrings are a huge seller when it comes to craft fairs, because if people don't necessarily know possibly what, you know, the person they're buying for's colour preference and things like that, so they might go for a neutral pair of earrings.
Don't know ring size as well.
Yeah, they might not know how big the wrists are even.
Yes.
And so they, you know, want to go for something. And also, it's, you know, they're great little stocking fillers and things like that. You know, if you're doing your craft fairs, it's things that children can buy for grandma, they can buy for auntie and things like that if they've got a bit of pocket money. And you can actually make earrings with your sort of leftover gemstones. You know, you have 2s and 3s left over off a strand when you've made a feature piece.
Sure.
I always bag mine up in the little findings bags, the little bags that the findings come in pairs. And then when I want to sit and make earrings, I've got all my little pairs of gemstones.
That's a good tactic.
All ready to go, and I just lay them out on my desk, ready to go, and I sit and I'll have a couple of hours making earrings at one go. And you can make
find
so
that you've got a
many.
much larger suite of jewellery for your next craft fair. Perfect. Well, normally 50 pairs would be $12.95. So if you wanted 100 pairs, it'd be $25.90. That's not going to be our clearance price this evening for an essential finding and a great way to, as we say, expand your suite. And it's a buy one, get one free deal. There you go, they're treating me because it's my first day back. They're giving me all the good deals. $12.95, buy one, get one free. How many of these have we got in stock? How many? Oh, because we've doubled it up, we've halved our stock levels, we've actually got fewer than 20 of this bundle available at just $12.95. I'm not surprised really that is going to be a sellout deal at that price point. That's fantastic, isn't it? $12.95, buy one, get one free, and of course that gives you the opportunity to, I suppose, up your profit margins even more, or make your earring designs even more affordable. As Sarah was saying, that often earrings are the kind of items that maybe you can charge sort of pocket money prices for, make them a bit more accessible, even if you're working with genuine gemstones and you're offering people rose gold plating. Okay, not very many of those remaining in stock. In fact, we're down to single figures of availability on that particular deal now. So if you do want to add those to order, you need to act in the next 60 minutes or more likely the next few minutes. So it could be a sellout. We're going to move on. Now we've got some more of the rainbow coated quartz here, but instead of offering you the clear quartz here, these are a bit more, I would describe them as a bit more dramatic. They're almost a sort of storm cloud grey. Oh, they're dark grey, yeah, that's it. Perfect. Some of us just jump head first through rain clouds, we don't worry about that. So a clearance deal here, once again, we've doubled up the stock levels. So instead of getting 150 carats of your grey quartz, you're going to get 300 carats. Now these are your 8mm perfect rounds. So probably everybody's weapon of choice, really, if you like.
You know, they're big enough to have impact, small enough that you can do detailed designs. They're absolutely amazing. Are 8mm themselves.
Particularly, I suppose, with Kumihimo or macrame designs, because they suit.
That's it.
The pattern, if you like.
Great size for if you want to do the caged Kumihimo, because you can actually see them through the braiding. But they're great for the macrame because they've got that size that you can actually then you only need to use 5 perhaps for a design.
Right. So that actually
you get loads of designs.
Save you a little bit of time and money working with the larger sizes.
That's it.
And the other thing about these is I see them as being quite unisex, because they'd work in sort of monochrome classic designs for maybe evening wear for a lady, but also an everyday piece for a gent.
Definitely.
These would look perfect, wouldn't they?
They would. I mean, they've got enough about them to have the wow factor, but they are sort of unisex enough to be able to be used in lots of different designs. I can see these making amazing cufflinks as well.
Oh yeah, never thought of that.
And
can we get a challenge on the go for Sarah? No, I'm joking.
But you know, they are just really a universal gemstone, and they're great if you want a neutral but you don't want to be using a black.
Yes.
These are great to be able to do that with.
So much like the same way we discussed Smoky Quartz, these would fall into that category as well, of just a toned down.
And they would look amazing. I'm just using some Labradorite. They're going to look amazing with Labradorite as well, because they've got that similar sort of tone essence.
Stony grey tone. Yeah. And actually, if you are thinking about incorporating them into some of the braiding techniques, we have got a deal on some of our most popular cords coming up at 7 p.m. right now. We are going to give you our clearance deal. Normally these would be $7.95 per strand, $15.90 for the 2, but of course we're going to give you a clearance deal. Buy one, get one for just £2 this evening. That's 300 carats of grey rainbow quartz for £10. How fantastic is that? I shouldn't be shocked, should I? I've been working here for long enough to know how we do it, but it still takes me back when I think about 300 carats for £10. Totally ridiculous, especially when you consider that even though quartz is a very common element found in the Earth's crust, to find jewellery quality quartz that can actually be cut and polished into perfect rounds isn't as easy as it sounds. And of course it's very time consuming to mine the gemstone, to actually provide it with the coating, and to cut and polish them to these very exacting sizes. So 8mm rounds there, buy one, get one for £2. Just £10 for 300 carats, and we've only got single figures of availability remaining on that clearance deal. Once again, we are very, very busy this evening. You know what that's about. Did they run some sort of ad campaign to say I'll be back tonight? I'm joking. Come on then. Sorry, mate. Here we go then. Another double deal, this time on your detailed, are these aluminium beads, I think? Yes, okay, so the aluminium is the metal, and then you've got a bronze colour tone on the base of it, but then you've got the detailing in a silver colour. So you can see those there. These are 10mm in size, and actually I'll tell you the most impressive thing about these, aside from the gorgeous combination of colours, is the drill hole. Look at this. 4.5mm in size, the hole. Oh, 4.4mm, sorry, I'll get in trouble, won't I, for being 0.1mm out. It's got to be exact, so people know. And of course, I don't think we actually stock any threading material that you wouldn't get through that drill hole.
The cords will probably all go through no problem at all.
And actually they're all pretty complementary, aren't they, these colours with the colour tone?
Definitely.
I like the combination actually, because it's almost like a rose gold colour tone. I know it's been classed as bronze, but it's got almost a pinky hue to it.
It has, yeah.
Yeah, so again, it depends what you're going to match it up with. You can see there, the cord will go through. I'm just being silly. There we go. Oh, and here comes your clearance deal. It's coming on screen. $7.95, and yeah, it's a 2-for-1 deal then. Yeah.
And
wow.
I know this morning on the Wall of Fame they had a young lady, I think she was 10 or 12, had sent in a picture of a bracelet she'd made with those, with elastic bands in between them to connect it all up together.
I know the ones,
yeah,
yes.
so she'd made a really nice bracelet with those. I think they were green, and it's up on the Jewellery Maker Facebook page, so have a look.
There you go.
And you can make them with all sorts of different materials in between, and because you've got such a sizable hole through the beads, means that some of your beading material, like your satin cords and things like that, will go through several times, which means that the designs you can create with them can be really quite complex, but you've got a really lightweight bead. So you get a huge statement piece look without all the weight.
That's fantastic. Yes, you're right, they're very lightweight, aren't they? Even though they look like they'd be heavy because of the detailing. Absolutely. And is that a little bit of inspiration from a 12-year-old viewer as well? If you go to Facebook, you can't say fairer than that. That just goes to show you anybody can get involved with this hobby. And actually, some of the more elaborate designs I see on Facebook are done by some of our younger viewers. In fact, well, your son is a very avid kumihimo artist, isn't he?
He is, and he is constantly making items, whether he's doing it with kumihimo, braiding, or some of the latest trends that are out there. He's very busy with all of those, and he really just loves to create jewellery and have that creative vibe. And he just loves to give them away as well. He gave away so many pieces of jewellery while we were on holiday that he'd made, bracelets and things, to all sorts of different people. So it was really nice.
Nice.
They're just, because he's made them, he can just feel free to give them to whoever he wants.
To whoever he wants. There you go. Is there a lucky lady in that playground who's getting a bracelet when he goes back? I think
there's several lucky ladies who get all the gifts.
Well, actually, I've got the design that you were just talking about. It's been sent in from Vicky Bateman.
There we go.
So if you weren't tuned in this morning, Vicky, you didn't see your design, hopefully you are now. There you go. Fantastic inspiration. And yeah, you can see how Vicky's linked those together using the elastic bands that everybody's so obsessed with at the moment.
Yes.
And actually, I'll tell you what, that would go beautifully with the pink tones, actually, because you've got almost, as I say, almost rose gold tone to these beads. These are flying out the door, and I'm not surprised. It is buy one, get one free on that particular clearance deal. We've got to leave it there because it is now time to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Really? Okay. Now, in order to give everybody a fair opportunity to get involved with this deal, because, I mean, in all honesty, these are perfect for any genre of jewellery making. They're perfect all year round, but particularly I'm seeing autumnal designs when I'm looking at these beautiful smoky quartz, because of the way they've been polished, have a very high-end feel to them, and then the combination of these with those delicate white pearls. We've already seen how effective it is in Sarah's design, but she has actually provided us with even more inspiration. And I have to say, the reason we haven't brought the code on screen just yet is to give any of the phone buyers the chance to start dialing now. So for once, we're going to be naughty and tell you to get involved with the call center before we brought the code on screen. The reason for that is that there's a very, very limited star buy opportunity. We only have a certain number available. We know it's going to be popular. There it is. Hopefully you started to dial that free phone number early. 65 character smoky quartz here. They do slightly vary in size. They range from there we go, 7 by 5 mil up to 14 by 7 mil. So perfect if you did want to use these in the classic matching sets where you've got your droplet earrings and your pendant. Or, of course, they could be used in more classic motifs, such as floral motifs, as petals, perhaps. But actually, I'm thinking you could just keep it pretty simple with these gemstones. They're very, very well known. They're a classic combination. Actually, it's almost that toned-down monochrome look that we discuss quite often, isn't it?
Smoky quartz and pearls just go beautifully together anyway. But having smoky quartz, you can use them with so many of the gemstones. These are your neutral tones again. They're your base tones for your other gemstones. So you can put hot pink in there, you could put bright green in there, and absolutely it will take any of those colours. right through from your really bright, vivid tones, for your deepest, darkest emeralds and things like that, right through to your very pastel, delicate rose quartz and things like that. It'll take all of those colour tones beautifully.
Actually, we never really touch on this, but just thinking about it now, it's almost Mother Nature's other go-to colour, isn't it? Because we talk about green a lot because of the grass and the stems, but actually, if you think most trees start with brown bark and stuff before we start.
And it's a great sort of base tone. But these gemstones, I wouldn't want to hide them just as a base tone, because they pop as they are. They are beautifully faceted. Those smoky quartz are a beautiful shape, beautifully cut. And so you wouldn't want to hide them, and that's why I only used 3 in that little buttonhole, because you didn't need, they are sizable, so you wouldn't need many.
And in all honesty, you know, the ultimate neutral is the white of the pearl, isn't it? They're the classic accent, if you like, of pearl, isn't it?
And I love the fact that pearls, when you put other colours with them, just take those other colours on the iridescence on the pearl and shine it back again.
Absolutely.
So you can use those classic white pearls with lots of different colours.
Sorry to interrupt you, Sarah. I'm being told by my producer this is going to be a sellout before we get the price on screen if we don't bring it on right now. Now, normally, the smoky quartz alone would be $6.95, but you can add both the smoky quartz and the pearls to your order this evening for $7.95.
Wow.
Now, I doubt that anything's changed in the pearl industry in the 10 days that I haven't been here. So really, to get genuine cultured pearls, the classic white tone, for essentially £1 is a deal that I don't expect us to be able to do in 2015, you know, with the production of cultured pearls decreasing in the way it is. That is phenomenal value, in all honesty. That is really impressive. And I have to warn you, we are now approaching single figures of availability. That was quick. I did try to warn you, we only had a few in stock. How much, sorry? Not much remaining in stock at all. Dial that free phone number right now if you do want to get involved. This is unbelievable. I love this look that you've created here. So Sarah has combined the pearls with the classic amethyst, and that is actually going to be available to you as part of our next Star Bar. Is that right?
Like quartz, I think.
Oh, I've just heard. These are actually purple quartz rather than amethyst.
But
now,
they have that beautiful amethyst tone to them.
I should just say, amethyst is purple quartz, but this is clear quartz that's been dyed purple. So that's where the confusion might. I could just see the confusion in some people's faces through the TV screen. So that's what it is. So that's actually purple quartz, but actually, doesn't it look exactly like
it does?
A beautiful amethyst.
It's got the tone of amethyst, but it's got that finish of the crackled quartz.
Of the quartz,
you know?
yeah,
and
absolutely.
It's just so easy to work with as well. They're beautiful. And that bundle coming up is just amazing if anybody likes using those smaller beads, because you've got 4 strands.
They're all 4 mil, aren't
they?
So you've got 4 strands of the 4 mil gemstones coming up. I suppose synonymous with, well, so many genres now. I'm not going to list them all now. We'll talk about those in 20 minutes time when we come to this Star Buy. But it's a great combination with the white pearls and the lavender tones, but also you have included the clear quartz in there as an accent also. And the necklace design's amazing. I love that. I'm going to have to leave that on with you, I'm afraid. It looks like that's going to be a sellout deal. As ever, don't take my advice for it. Always make sure you speak to a member of the help team who will be able to accurately tell you whether there's any stock remaining. We are going to move on though. We've got lots of deals to fit in tonight. And we're going to... Wow! I've never seen this cut. It's a brand new cut to me, this is.
Ooh, they're like almost like little tights, aren't they? Or tie shapes.
They're fantastic. They do look like little ties, don't they?
They're lovely. They are really amazing.
But actually, if you have a look at these from a 3D perspective, they're almost more like icicles or something like that, aren't they?
Do you know what they remind me of? You know, you get the chandeliers and the old-fashioned lamps that have the crystals shapes hanging off the bottom of them. They're exactly that shape of what you would find on a chandelier almost.
Actually, I'll ask my daughter to send us a picture of a very impressive chandelier that she took in Dunster Castle. So there you go. Yes, we visited somewhere that had all these lovely chandeliers. My daughter was taking lots of pictures of them, so I'll bring one in. But yeah, they do, don't they? They have that very elegant, classic feel to them. But they're huge. They're 28 by 9 millimeters in size, and you've got 65 carats of red onyx here. Again, you've got that intense colour tone from those fiery tangerines. Perfect again, maybe for your autumn looks. In fact, how about these combined with the soft polished finish of the smoky quartz and the pearls? That's a good combination, I think. Oh yeah, I like that.
It does work. It does. As I said, that bundle will go with any colour tone. And you know, you might be looking at those and thinking, oh, there might be a little bit bright for me. That gemstone, you know, it might just be a little.
The smoky
but
quartz
the smoky
help to tone
quartz
it down a bit?
yeah, and the pearls. The pearls actually take a little bit down. It's just, it's really strange when you put the gemstones together how it affects the colour tones of each one.
Absolutely, and that's why it's important to, I think, get it home. If you see it and you like the look of it, you're not 100% sure whether it suits your designs, why not add it to your order? You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. You really need to see it in the flesh so you can appreciate the colour tone you're actually going to get, especially as it's probably more beneficial to match it up with different gemstones, different metallic tones, before you make an informed decision. 65 carats of red onyx here, another classic gemstone, which I think most people who have an interest in jewellery, particularly bespoke jewellery designs, will be aware of. Of course, it's used heavily by the likes of your Gucci's and your Cartiers, but also the high street jewellers and the charm shop that you'll find on the high street using onyx. Most traditionally in the black tones, but the red onyx gives you a whole new dynamic to your jewellery designs. Here comes our price point then, $14.95. Wow, can you imagine the amount of work that's gone into actually finding samples of red onyx large enough to create this cut, and then for the lapidarists to create each and every one. I mean, they're virtually identical in terms of where the facets have been placed. And look at that. I mean, that would not have been a sort of quick fix, would it? That would have been quite a labour-intensive strand to cut. They're absolutely fantastic. $14.95. This is a bit of a second bite of the cherry, I suppose, because these were launched recently and we're now bringing you the last in stock. We've had another message. It's coming from Sue. If you want to get involved with the show tonight, don't hesitate. We enjoy your interaction. Why is everyone giggling? Let's read this. Hi Ed, welcome home. I have this red onyx strand and they're beautiful. Hi Sarah, no flower even on the dress. Loving your new do, by the way. So there you go.
I know, yesterday I did have the flower on my dress.
Right.
But I thought it was a bit much tonight to put it on there. So.
Well, it is a flowery dress, though.
It is. I've got lots of flowers on my dress or on the print. So
this is a little rainbow.
It is.
You got going on there.
I know. This is my sort of Caribbean vibe dress.
Nice, nice. Drag that summer out for a few more days,
you know,
Sarah.
I'm going to be wearing short sleeves and dresses for as long as I can while I've got this tan.
I was going to say, if I had your tan, I would have wore a short sleeve shirt.
I worked hard to get it. It was really hard work sitting on that beach.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
Where are we going to? Sorry. Okay. Oh, actually, this would go with a number of the items we've brought you. I'm thinking, actually, I don't know why I'm saying this because Sarah's already told us it goes with everything. But again, I love the combination of the smoky quartz and the pearls with your amber.
Oh, yeah.
Nice idea, isn't it? Oh, look at that.
Nice. That's colour family all together.
See that glow there?
That is amazing, isn't it?
Fantastic, isn't it? Now, I have to warn you, we only have a very limited number available on this. Now, this comes in a variety of different shapes, so you're not guaranteed to get the oval shape. Is that correct? Yes, it could come in, I think, a square or a marquise, or even a trilliant cut. So it's basically sort of like a lucky dip affair. So you don't know what shape you're going to get. Sorry? Oval, marquise, droplets. Oh, right, okay, sorry, no squares. My apologies. You're always going to get the cabochon, though.
Oh, these are going to be amazing for soutache or your wire wrapping. Just amazing.
I'm actually thinking, just now that I see it on my finger, I wasn't thinking this until I saw it, but because of the way the light's passing through it and it's got that sort of inner glow, I'm thinking rings. Keep it simple.
Yeah. I would be looking at getting 2 of these and making cufflinks out of them, because I think they just would look amazing as cufflinks, just to have 2 of them. So I know it's potluck as to what shapes you would get, but actually I think it'd be quite good if you got 2 different shapes.
2 different shapes.
I'll
wear that, no problem.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I think
they go nicely with my blue shirt.
And they are of absolutely the correct size as well. Just perfect.
They are. Yeah. They're almost the same size as mine.
But Laura made a beautiful pendant this morning with a smaller gemstone,
right,
where it was wire wrapped, and again that technique on that cabochon would make it just sing and come to life.
I'm thinking antique bronze wire, because I like the idea of the orange and the browns together.
Or even the copper tones, you know, the rose gold copper tone wire. I think that would just really add that richness.
Draw the richer colours out, absolutely. $8.95 for amber, and this is genuine Baltic amber. Not an easy thing to come by. And we have been quite successful over the last year or so in sourcing amber, but prior to that it was something that we did have a lot of difficulty in getting hold of. Very, very popular, not just in the bespoke jewellery market, but top-end designers, particularly in other parts of the world. The further east you go, I mean, in Russia, this is their go-to gemstone. You'll have some of the top designers in Russia that have whole collections based around amber, and things like amethyst are almost an afterthought for a lot of the Russian designers. Obviously it's a little bit more readily available in that part of the world, but certainly revered for that reason. $8.95. Unfortunately, once again, we have fewer than 20 of those remaining in stock now, so if you want to get involved, you need to be dialing the free phone number. And we will give you another opportunity, because we've got the code just in case anybody does miss out on that deal, or maybe you just fancy getting a more delicate cut. These are slightly smaller. Rather than being 18 to 21 millimetres, which the last were, these are 14 to 17 millimetres. So these might be used more effectively in your soutache designs or maybe your wire work pieces, I suppose.
Yeah, I just think, you know, there's so many different ways. You know, Gemma used some wire mesh to cage a gemstone the other day as well, which, you know, it was a sizable gemstone, but you could still cage these. Or if you've got some of the sari threads, they're quite fine, and you could do some really fine macrame and actually make a little setting for it. That's
a lovely idea. I've seen that done with larger gemstones, but it would look beautiful.
I did it with some
more
smaller Moonstone cabochons, and I used an iridescent sort of silvery
that sounds really nice.
Tone of the sari thread, and it just brought the whole gemstone to life. So I can see that working if you've got the gold tone of those sari threads, using that to really add a little bit of opulence.
It's fantastic. Yeah, that would look really it look high end and very expensive, but of course at these kind of prices you could actually make it quite an affordable piece of jewellery, because you're using threads or cords
but it would be so fine as well that it wouldn't take any of the beauty away from the gemstone, because you would have that really fine thread and the fine macrame, and it would just cage it beautifully.
Yeah, very elegant look. Yeah, $7.95 is your price point. I would describe that as an add it to your order price, particularly as you only pay 1p per day. And I've just noticed, have a look at this, there's a little insect inside. You could even clone your own dinosaur, if you've seen that documentary. Oh, actually, that's really sad, because I was away. Obviously, Richard Attenborough passed away, so that's really sad for everybody. Okay, we are going to move on. And oh wow! Now we've just touched on the fact that it might be quite difficult for us to get hold of pearls moving forward. We'll still always be able to source cultured pearls, but we might not be able to offer you the same price points as we have previously. This is nothing to do with us as a company, it's all to do with new legislation that is actually affecting the entire pearl industry, and since it's been introduced we've seen a 40% decrease in the cultivation of cultured pearls. So you know what it's like when the production drops, things become rarer. And obviously in our industry, when something becomes rarer, it becomes more sought after. So people are going to be almost fighting over the pearls that are available. We're still going to be able to provide you with the best value on the market, but my advice is to stock up while you can. Now these have been described as lime green pearls, but I have to agree with my producer, they're more of an apple green. It's more of a pastel tone. They're not giving you that vibrancy that people would normally associate with the phrase lime green. It's more of a subtle pastel tone. I love these. Gorgeous shapes here. Almost like fossil-like shapes, actually, aren't they? The way they've formed.
Organic shapes. To me, it just shouts, "I'm a real pearl" at me.
Yes, that's it, isn't it?
It does. It just shouts that at me. And when I'm looking at this tone, you know the tinted paints you can get. All the different manufacturers do it, and it's a touch of this, and you get the one that is apple blossom.
Apple blossom, yes.
It has that very
That's the colour tone. I totally agree. Sorry.
And just, it's such a fresh colour. Now, I know a lot of people say, well, I don't really like green, possibly, it's not your favourite colour, but these, to me, shout cherry blossoms on the tree. You know, you get that centre of the cherry blossom that's got that really pale green going on with the beautiful cherry blossom colours, and it just shouts that to me.
If that works.
Just, yeah, it's just really, beautiful, so soft, so feminine.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, with that tone, again, it is a natural background tone, so you can put your smoky quartz with it, you can put those white pearls if you've got them in the last bundle together, but you can put all of your different gemstones with it, and I think things like Labradorite would look really nice, because you're going to get that drama of the darkness of the Labradorite against that freshness and lightness of the apple tone.
Absolutely agree with that. Unfortunately, me and Sarah have fallen in love with these. We're waxing lyrical. In the meantime, everybody is adding these to their order. We've got 7 remaining in stock. That's how quickly these pearls are being allocated to orders. I'm not surprised at that price point. $7.95 for these huge pearls. They range in size from 10 by 9 to 15 by 10. So, as we're saying, I think quite a sizable pearl there. I mean, you would normally think of that as a luxury size if they were perfect rounds, but if they were perfect rounds, would people believe that they were the real deal? As Sarah says, these just scream genuine pearls at you, don't they? Absolutely beautiful. You're getting a really organic feel there, but a very high-end look, so I love that. And we're going to move on. We're going to stick with pearls. These are your classic white pearls. Bit more of a delicate size here. I would guess 6 by 5 mil, 8 by 6 mil. Underestimating the size there. Typical bloke. Right, 8 by 6 mil in size for your classic white pearls. Baroque pearls. So once again, you've got the organic shape there, which again will provide you with credibility as a jewellery maker. But I tell you what, I'm thinking simple tiara twist technique with your 0.4 wire onto a hairband for your bridal tiara designs. And of course, anything you create for a bride's going to be achieving a slightly higher price point than anything else, because that is the nature of that market. Nobody needs to know that you're getting your cultured pearls at sort of wholesale prices, do they?
They don't. That's the thing, you know. And when you make bridal pieces and you make them to commission, just look at the prices of, if you walk into any bridal store and they're not, A, they're not real.
No, yeah.
B, they're not handmade. C, they're not made to your design as a bride.
No.
And that price can be
it's normally 4-figure sum, isn't
sky
it?
Sky high. So if a bride can come to you, get it handmade to her design with actual real gemstones, she's absolutely onto a winner, and she's going to save money as well. Absolutely.
And of course, if you are investing in items like this, if you are working on personal commissions for a bride, you can make it quite a personal experience, because as Sarah's saying, they can be involved in the design process. It can be made to their specifications, and that in itself is something which I think will help the word of mouth to spread about your business. We've got to bring the price in once again. I'm being told it's going to be a sellout deal. We are busy tonight. $6.95 for genuine white culture pearls. No wonder Alison has just added 3 of these to her order. No wonder Carolyn in Wiltshire has just added 3 of these to her order. That's the way to do it. If you want to make the most of the wholesale bargains, that's the only way to describe them here at Jewellery Maker, all you've got to do is pick up the phone, dial our free phone number, and you're only ever going to pay 1 P&P per day, so you can stock up to your heart's content. But you are going to have to be acting very, very quickly, because Margaret's just come through. She's taken 2 strands. We're not going to limit anybody to 1 individual strand. We want to make gemstones as accessible as possible, but we also promote the idea of you turning your hobby into a small business. So if you want to take advantage of these deals by multi-buying these items and only paying 1 P&P per day, we can absolutely make that happen for you. $6.95. And once again, we've got 7 remaining in stock, so down to single figures, and we've got about 5 people who've got it in their basket at jewelrymaker.com, so you need to check out quickly, because otherwise phone buyers are going to pick it to your post. Right, moving on. Love these. These are much like the aluminium beads we had earlier, certainly in terms of the colour tone, but far more detailing here, and also you've got this almost oxidised look. And actually, they've got a floral finish to them. So there's a lot going on with these particular beads, but you could easily use these in this design we saw earlier that was inspired by young Vicky. So again, you can see you could easily recreate that look, but here you'd have much more of a, I suppose, an evening feel to the design because of the amount of detailing that has been placed on the beads themselves. If you have a look here, I almost think of this as sort of petal-like finish to them. Yeah, is that right? Does everybody agree that looks like a little flower?
Definitely does look like.
Oh, good.
Looks like a sunflower.
Yes, it does, absolutely. And also, they look quite vintage, I think, because of that oxidisation.
They've also got that sort of Greek, Turkish influence going across to Morocco.
Yeah,
it's got that sort of influence where you get all the fretwork in the blinds and on the shutters on the windows and things. It's got all that kind of influence coming through. And so you can use them in lots and lots of different ways. You might want to use them in an Egyptian vibe.
Oh,
they will work
absolutely.
really beautifully in that.
With lapis lazuli, maybe these would look good because you've got that slightly almost rose gold tone again.
And I always throw a spanner in the works with the Egyptian ones and use a lot of sort of red coral and things like that, and the gold tones as well. So if you've got some red coral or anything sort of or some of the jaspers that have got that sort of terracotta look coming through them, these would look amazing with those as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Red jasper would look fantastic with these, wouldn't they? So you get 5 of these as part of the deal. They're 11mm in size, so they're quite sizable. Not going to be overpowering your design, but the detailing certainly going to attract attention. And unfortunately, as ever here on The Late Show, we only have the remaining stock available, so important to get involved as quickly as you can. Here comes your price point for 5 of your copper and sterling silver metal spacers. Just to point out that these are precious metal that have been used here, and then you've got that oxidised effect as well, and see how effective it does look. I've got it on my cufflinks actually, so you can see that oxidised effect there. It looks great. Now, currently these are available at $12.95, but we are this evening going to launch the original match price. I've done it again. Match the original launch price. My word. Say again. They were just getting ready to take the mickey out of my previous mistake, and I did it again anyway. So there you go. Yeah, so we've matched the original launch price. We've taken these back down to $9.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. And of course, that means that we've effectively handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. So if you invest in these today, you can add as many items to your order, and effectively you're not even paying your P&P. You will still have to pay your $2.95, but we have given it back to you as part of this deal, just to be clear. We're going to have to leave that one with you. Sorry? That's a great point. Sterling silver and copper spacers, that's effectively £2 each. Imagine how much work has gone in to actually creating these. Now these are handcrafted little metal beads that have been created for you by our experienced metal workers. £2 each, that is fantastic. Okay, as I say though, we only have a limited number. If you did miss out on these when they were launched, we've matched the price, so giving everybody the same opportunity there. Copper and sterling silver metal spacers, 11mm in size, just $9.95 for the next 60 minutes. Got to leave it there because it is now time for another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewelry Maker. Time for another Star Buy, and we're going to have one of these every 30 minutes on the show. It's our chance to bring you a very special deal. Could be a premiere launch, like our Crackled Quartz coming up at 8:45, or it could be a wholesale bundle created by the wonderful Mr. Nevitt. That's our producer, Mr. Liam Nevitt, this evening, and he's put this together for you based on the popularity of your 4mm plain rounds. Now, one of the reasons these are so popular is because people tend to rely on plain rounds because it allows you to focus on the more technically difficult disciplines. Maybe the techniques are something you want to focus on and you want the gemstone to just do what it's told, if you like, and the rounds always do that. However, when you're working with the 4mm rounds, it provides a little bit more of a delicate feel to the piece, bit more intricacy to your design perhaps. The other reason that your 4mm rounds are so popular, of course, is because they fit into so many different disciplines. So whether it's your soutache, your kumihimo, your micro macrame, your wire work, I'm sure I'm missing some. Ladies will want to help me out. Oh, your bead loom, of course. What am I thinking of? The bead loom, yes.
Soutache and those delicate little foot beads.
Framing your
But these
cabochon.
are great as well if you want to cage them into your Viking weave. You want to put them in the centre of things like the chainmail designs.
Yes.
They can fit beautifully in those. So many different things.
Yeah, they just work, don't they? That's the thing.
I love a smaller bead. I always say people say, oh, they're a bit fiddly. They are what they are. They are a smaller bead. So yes, they've got possibly smaller drill holes, but these have got a really substantial drill hole in them. You can get 2 pieces of beading thread through them. So that means they've probably got a 1mm drill hole through them. And they were really, really, really easy to use. And you can create more intricate designs with the smaller beads without overpowering your design.
Absolutely.
So it's worth investing in. A, the time, B, you know, if you're struggling like me, get yourself a pair of close to glasses, and you just can then carry on your hobby that little bit longer and then really enjoy these smaller beads. And I have a magnifying lamp at home which allows me to really create beautiful designs with them. So I love the smaller beads. I will never give up because they possibly can be a little bit more tricky to work with. I'll never give up on that though.
No, I quite agree.
So worth it.
Actually, the next time somebody sends a text in, I'll borrow those glasses off you because I'm struggling. And also, I love the combination of colours here. You've got that same sort of classic combination of the sort of stone grey and the clear tones there, and then you've got the feminine colours there as well, of your pinks and your lavender purples, almost like a raspberry ripple effect that you've got from the crackled inclusions on the pink tones. Now these crackled inclusions actually feature on each and every strand here, so you've got a little bit of texture even from the more delicate stones here. They're all 4mm in size, and you've got over 30 carats on each strand here. If you do want to get involved, you need to be dialing that free phone, and they're already being allocated to basket. I'll tell you what, we've got some very proactive shoppers this evening. That's the way to do it. Put them into your basket and make sure you check out, or of course add them to that 1 P&P per day. You're not going to be disappointed when you see them, but if you are, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. These are literally flying out the door. Congratulations to everybody who's multi-buying this particular bundle, and it's going to work out, wow, at £3 per strand. That's amazing. Actually, when you think about the more delicate cuts, yes, you're getting a smaller carat weight, but that actually means more work and more wastage has gone into the strand itself. So we had to cut away larger carat weights. It's probably more delicate process, actually polishing a much smaller gemstone. So it's actually more labour intensive to create these delicate cuts. But of course, the price point doesn't reflect that. £3 per strand, £11.95. If you were to buy these individually, it would cost you £18.80. And that already represents the best value on the market as far as I'm concerned. But at £11.95, well, that's a must-have for a lot of jewellery makers. Anybody involved in soutache, kumihimo, Viking knit, bead looming, macrame, the list goes on and on. These are a must-have. Your 4mm rounds, particularly in this colour combination, you can see how well they work in these designs. Sarah put this together using our pearls earlier, but also she's included the crackled purple quartz and the crackled clear quartz in her 4mm rounds. Just gorgeous, isn't it? Subtle but effective, and what a lovely touch this is. Also the inclusion of this beautiful clasp. Now this is a brand new toggle clasp coming up later in the show, coming up at around about 8:30 p.m. and if you look closer you can understand why I thought the purple quartz or amethyst, because you have got amethyst set into the rose gold there, and it's almost identical, isn't it?
Exactly why I wanted to just create that design. And the reason I've created the design the way it is if it swings round, it can be worn with that clasp at the front or at the back.
Yes, so the clasp in itself becomes a feature of the design rather than just the mechanics.
That's why I've made it as a choker, so it will actually sit quite tight against the neckline. So if you just wanted to turn that round and have that at the front, and have all that detail at the back, because you've got your hair up and you've got shorter hair.
I've seen the advert. If you put your dress on the back to front, you can just flip it around.
Yeah, that's it, that's the one.
You know the one. There you go. So actually providing you with more design opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't want to hide that, but again, if you're doing your bridal pieces, those clasps for bridal pieces are essential, because that's what your bride's looking for.
That's the attention to detail, isn't it? That's the finishing touch that makes it worthwhile investing in bespoke jewellery, I suppose.
It does, yeah, it does. And you know, these smaller gemstones are going to allow you to create all of these beautiful, intricate beaded pieces, whether you just want to do, like I have, just beaded work, or whether you want to then incorporate them into other techniques, you can do. So that these smaller beads, to me, are essential. I can't live without having smaller beads.
Rounds, right?
I can't, because I look and I might think, oh, I've got an 8mm bead, but then I just need a spacer, or I need a tonal bead that goes with those ones, or it might be that these are actually the whole sort of focal point of the design.
I suppose if you are somebody who focuses more on classic beading designs, for the beady beads, they'd look awesome, wouldn't they? Especially because the crackled effect would give you a better texture. And if you want to do the more
intricate beady beads, you need the smaller beads for those.
Yes.
So see, if you're going to step up from the standard beady bead, which has got 4 for each segment, up to the 5 beaded bead, which has got 5 for each segment, you need the smaller beads to make those work. Otherwise, you end up with a beady bead that's huge.
It's not going to be a beady bead anymore. It's just going to be a big pendant or something.
Big focal point.
Yes. Okay. Well, there you go. $11.95. Once again, it looks like we're approaching a sellout on that particular deal. Don't take my advice. If you want to get involved, speak to a member of the help team. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more inspiration from Sarah and more deals from producer Liam. I'll be here as well, so don't go away.
You can now watch clips from Jewelry Maker on our YouTube channel. Get interactive with Jewelry Maker.
Thank you to all of our customers who voted for Jewelry Maker to be nominated at the Make and Sell Jewelry Awards. We've been nominated for 8 awards. Please continue to vote for us to win by going to the Make and Sell Jewelry Awards website and registering your vote. Voting closes on the 27th of November.
The Jewelry Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewelrymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Wall of Fame, The Genuine Gemstone Company, Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moons Moat, Redditch, B98 9HF. Get making and good luck!
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and thank you for joining us this evening. My name's Ed. We are joined by the wonderful Sarah Elvin. You alright? Having fun?
Very much having fun. I've completely forgotten how much I love making jewellery while I've been away, so I'm absolutely enjoying myself.
That's
completely.
It. It's one of those hobbies, isn't it, that even if you step back from it for a few weeks, as soon as you get back into it, the addiction just rumbles on.
I love the fact that you take something that's just on a strand and you make something so beautiful at the end of it.
That's the best thing about this hobby.
I love
you
it.
get a finished product.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of the attendees of the workshops say to me. You know, I couldn't do this when I got here this morning. Not only can I do it, but I've also got 3 pieces to take home or what have you.
Yeah, that's it. And it's that creativity, it's that learning process. You never stop learning. You never stop inventing new designs or changing a design. So the creativity is endless, just depending on what gemstones or findings you're using. And it's just such a worthwhile hobby. I love it.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more, Sarah. Absolutely good. And I have to make everybody aware of our next Star Buy. Now, this is coming up in just 20 minutes' time. We are a little bit under the cosh this evening because we are so busy and we've got so many deals to bring you. This is coming up in about 20 minutes' time. It's that classic combination again. The stone greys and the neutral tones. My producer's saying, we're doing another deal. Let's get going then. Okay. We've only got single figures. In fact, we've got 4. I'll tell you exactly how many we've got. And I'm not surprised. It is one of the rarest gemstones available. A gemstone which is, I suppose, growing in popularity and also in people's awareness of the gemstone. Despite its rarity, people do know about it, but I think a lot of people out there just think they'll never be able to own chrome dioxide because it's so difficult for us to get hold of, particularly chrome dioxide of this quality. I mean, have a look at the way this has been cut and faceted. It's the classic top drill drop, but checkerboard faceting across the surface of the gemstone. You get that play of light. You also get that rich forest green tone, almost like a bottle green, maybe you might describe it as, and it takes that colour tone from the inclusion of chromium, and that's where we also get the gemstone's name from. Now, the droplets here range in size from 6x3 to 8x4 mm. I'm thinking keep it simple, matching earrings and pendant set into yellow gold plated sterling silver findings. I think you're onto a winner, particularly as we know from regular viewers like Sharon, who lives up north, who did receive that valuation of over £200 for her chrome dioxide and pearl necklace. We know this is a winner, and I suppose the reason for that is that a lot of the independent jewellery stores actually will struggle to get hold of this. Of course, we can only mine for the gemstone 2 to 3 months of the year, and as I say, we started with just 4 of these in stock. 1 has already been allocated, so there's 3 lucky viewers out there who can get hold of this strand. If I were you, I'd be dialing right now. Here comes your price point, $42.95 for 30 carats of chrome dioxide. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Less than £2 a carat, a lot less than £2 a carat, less than £1.50 a carat, in fact. And my producer's just decided to take the price point down. He's ruined his price avalanche, he's saying, because every price point is supposed to go lower than the previous price point in a price avalanche. He's just taken this way too low. Oh, it's less than £1 a carat now, though. So that's one advantage, but only for 3 of you. That's amazing, you know. I've actually sold chrome dioxide jewellery for high 3-figure sums when I was a producer on our sister channel, Gems TV. If we want to find out more about Gems TV and the Genuine Gemstone Company as a whole, then tune into ITV tomorrow at 9 PM. There's a documentary on ITV about our company and our channel, so that'll be exciting. That's going to be a sellout. In fact, it looks like some people might miss out now because phone lines are lit up since we did the price slash there. So. And my producer's just going to check something for us, actually. Okay. He's just seeing if he can get his price avalanche back in, in kilter. It basically means the next price is going lower as well. So here we go. That was a hilarious reaction as he was all all cocky when he was pressing the price, and he was like, no, I've ruined the price avalanche. We're not going to be precious about it, although we are going to ensure all the prices are still avalanching, as it were. Now here we go. This is 5 individual lengths of chain, all gold-plated copper. So again, you've got the sturdiness of that base metal, which is copper, but you've got the high-end finish from the gold plating. And I have to say, these are not your ordinary chains. These are going to provide you with a real feature in your designs. Again, heavy amounts of detailing, and I think the shapes of the links themselves are going to provide you with quite a lot of impact. Actually, you can see here they do vary. So you've got this, which is almost like a club, if you like, if you think about that kind of shape, or like a 3-leaf clover or something like that, maybe a 4-leaf clover, I suppose. Then you've got the star next to it, you've got the rope detail finish there, then you've got that 4-leaf clover again, but this time with the rope effect link in between, and then you've got the rope effect on the oval shape as well. So 5 individual lengths of gold-plated copper chain, and they are all 40 centimetres in length, all going to make a huge impact on your designs, but unfortunately only a few of you can get hold of this. In fact, just 6 of you. Sorry, that's all we had. So the first lucky 6 people to be dialing that free phone number or clicking to buy now will be successful. Let's have a look at our price point. So it was going to be $29.95, but we have to go a little bit lower because it's a price avalanche. So there you go. Because he didn't want to be obvious and take just £1 off it, he's taking £2 off it. Shouldn't have been going below $29.95, but for an error. So there you go. Another £2 back in your pocket. You can add that towards your P&P, maybe. But as I say, only 6 people can get hold of this. Actually, whenever we have featured these kind of chains that offer you this detailing and this significant look, a lot of the talk seems to be stemmed around the idea of using these to upcycle other items. So maybe using them as straps on a handbag or a belt, or maybe just on an asymmetrical necklace.
Do you know, to actually, if you wanted to try and go to a haberdasher's and actually buy something like this, it would cost you an absolute fortune to be able to do that. If you were looking to get chain of this quality, of these intricate links, because these are, you can get chain that's just got plain links possibly in your haberdashers, but to have this interest, this detail, and the ways that you can use them. I mean, I know I saw Gemma use some of those shapes to actually almost cage gemstones and actually form that.
Too. They're fantastic.
So, you know, you could be using these to actually cage a gemstone. I'm seeing those ones that have got like almost a floral shape where they're sort of coming out.
These ones here.
And if you were to bend those over around one of those large white quartz, and just actually have 2 on either side, almost to catch it, and then just wire wrap where the edges touch.
And then the impact that you're getting from your chain will be mirrored in the more sizable gemstone as well. That's fantastic, isn't it? So those are coming up at the end of the show as our superstar buy. Unfortunately, we only had single figures of availability on the chain, and it shouldn't have been going that low, so my producer wants to get that off screen, and no wonder. Right, we're moving on. Oh wow, beautiful orange sapphire. And again, we often touch on this when we look at this particular variety of sapphire, because it's not a sort of solid tangerine colour that you're getting here. There's little pink hues coming there, almost sort of tutti frutti colour tones, which I normally associate with the rarest and certainly the highest valued variety of sapphire on the planet, Approx sapphire, and you've got almost an identical colour tone here. Of course, once again, we do have some industry knowledge to share with you when it comes to coloured sapphires, only because, you know, the owners of the company, the Bennett family, they're real life gem hunters, fly around all over the world, not only to build up strong commercial relationships with the mine owners and the gemstone suppliers around the world, but also, you know, to ensure that everything's being done ethically, which is something that the owners of the company are very, very hot on. Of course, we've just launched our new charity channel, And if you want to get involved with that, then I'm sure there's plenty of information on our website about shopping from our Equal World channel as well. All of the proceeds going back into the development of impoverished communities, both here in the UK and from regions where we source gemstones. But the beauty of having people, you know, who are personally discussing these deals with our mine owners is that we can often negotiate the most competitive prices, and we pass those savings on to you. But the other key thing is that we know what's going on within the industry. A lot of the sapphire mine owners telling us that they're not finding high yields of coloured sapphires. So they will find deposits of the sapphires, probably not large enough deposits to make it worthwhile the big boys getting involved in those deals, and therefore it could be that you're offering your customers a gemstone they're not going to see on the open market. And actually orange sapphires are quite rare. I rarely see orange sapphires available, certainly from high street jewellers, but even the top end designers wouldn't use a lot of orange sapphire.
No, you might find them in a mixed sapphire piece where you get mixed tones together, but you certainly wouldn't get a whole piece or a whole strand available to you.
Absolutely.
I don't think I've seen them particularly often, even on Jewellery Maker, so it's a real
you're quite
rarity.
Right. I'm being a bit blasé, aren't I?
A bit away, you see. But they are just the most amazing tone as well, and they just add to your jewellery making prowess.
Absolutely.
To be able to offer sapphires in different colours and to educate your customers as well.
Yeah, it might be something people don't know about, mightn't it? People might think that sapphires only come in a blue because they've seen that traditionally.
Well, that was typically where I was when a few years ago.
Cool.
I didn't realise, probably about 5 or 6 years ago, I didn't actually realise sapphires came in multiple tones. So I was educated by Sister Channel. So by watching that and actually being involved in sort of purchasing jewellery from there. So
funny you should say that. My producer's just doing some research. He's on our sister channel's website, that's gemporia.com, and he's found a piece of jewellery. The lowest price point you can find is £34. What kind of carat weight are we talking about there? Quite delicate carat weights on those pieces, you see, at £34. Still, 2 carats in fact.
Oh, well, there you go.
So there you go. So that's £34, but that of course is considered by us to be the most competitive price on the market. That's our sister channel, sourced by the same gemstone buyers, of course. And this does come from our Gems of Distinction range, so it would have been sourced by the same buying office that Gems TV deal with. And this is our price point here on Jewellery Maker, $24.95 for 15 carats of what I would describe as Padaparacha coloured sapphire. It's not Padaparacha sapphire, but it's the exact same colour tone, especially if you look at the recording. You can see more of the warmer colour tones here when it's on the back of my hand, but there you can see more of the pink hues coming through, I think.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about a natural gemstone. Just depending on what light source it's in, you get a different tone coming through, and that, you know, that's something you can't.
Well, you're not going to get that from a piece of dyed glass, are you?
No, you'll get that same tone no matter what light it is, because that's what it's all it can do.
It's
all it can do. Whereas, you know, a natural gemstone will reflect the light in lots of different ways.
Absolutely. That's the beauty of working with genuine gemstones. And of course, you're adding value into your pieces if you're working with the real deal. People understand that there's an inherent value in owning genuine gemstones as opposed to synthetics. So that's why I tend to favour them. Moving on though, and we're going to go on to here we go. These are more of the classic looks that I suppose people would associate with sapphires. A lot of the sort of the midnight blues and the salon blues. Again, I'm not saying that this is from that specific location, but similar colour tones that you'd associate with those beautiful sapphires from those regions. And actually, fantastic combination perhaps of the blues and the oranges. Coppers and blues do tend to work quite well, don't they? Classic combo, really.
And because they're the same gemstone family, you can't go wrong putting them together.
Well, particularly on the 1st of September. So if you're thinking about maybe, you know, we talk a lot about the idea of how you can up your profits at craft fairs, and I know that there's going to be people at home who think, you know, that's not where my interest lies. I don't want to sell my designs, mainly because you don't want to give your genuine gemstones away. That's fine. But often I think when people are more confident, particularly in the finish that they can achieve on their jewellery, it becomes a way to provide very personal gifts to family members and friends. If you know somebody whose birthday is this month and you're thinking about putting something together for them, sapphire is their birthstone. Again, they might have thought they would never have the opportunity to own their birthstone, because sapphires do tend to be held within that big four group, that luxury gemstone group: diamonds, emeralds, rubies, and of course sapphires. Well, we're going to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. There you go, 25 carats of blue sapphires for $19.95.
That's crazy.
I mean, if you went into a little gift shop, or actually you can pay nearly that for a cuddly teddy bear and a card in some shops, can't you?
You can. I mean, you know, that price is just amazing. Oh, he's doing something with the price.
I didn't know about that one.
Oh my goodness.
There you go. That is
do you know,
ridiculous.
If I was at home, I would literally be snapping those up, because I would want to have that classic traditional sapphire, and then you can start to introduce those other
That's where you
tones of
start
sapphire.
to mix the canary sapphires and the orange sapphires into your designs, once you can actually build rapport with your customers, educate
whole
them.
strand at £14.95.
That's totally ridiculous, isn't it?
Just crackers.
Once again, we're down to single figures of availability. Everything is flying out the door very, very quickly this evening. Actually, I love the graduation of colour as well.
You know, that just brings all the natural qualities of those blue sapphires into one strand. You've got all of the tonality all the way through, and you've got all those midnight blues right through to the lighter tones.
So you've got the lighter tones giving you that classic sparkle, and the richer colours giving you that gorgeous lustre. $14.95, sell-out deal. We're moving on. There you go. Oh, now actually, you might not often think about combining sapphires and quartz, but this has that classic sort of Egyptian vibe we were discussing, the golds and the sort of navy blues, if you like. Fantastic. Love this. I mean, these are so bright, aren't they? Often I think we have in the past had lemon quartz, which is a little more subtle in its colour tone, shall we say, a little more pale. This is a really rich, bright lemon tone, actually. That's the way I would describe it. And these are faceted droplets. I mean, once again, these are just crying out to be used as petals, I think, because they're slightly broader. They're not the elongated ones, so I think they work better as a
They'll sit beautifully flat against the neckline as well, or the wrist, if you were to make them into a bracelet.
So just like down the décolletage.
Yeah, you know, just
gorgeous.
you could have one of those sort of a really nice asymmetric design, almost vine-like design coming down on one side, and then some intricate wire work going up on the other side, in the gold tones. And
or even those torque necklaces that are really on trend at the moment. They would hang nicely off those. In fact, we did have a design that had exactly what you were describing, that asymmetrical droplet, and those would
and
work.
it just had all the drops at the end, didn't it? Where they just dropped down at all sort of graduating lengths off chain at the end of the torque.
You know the one.
I know the one.
So if you're familiar with that design, you can easily recreate it using these lemon quartz, but to give you that little injection code. Do you know what these actually are making me think of? You know, when the sun's quite low in the sky on a winter morning?
Yes.
That's the kind of brightness you've got from these gemstones.
That one where some visors just won't go low enough.
Yes, exactly. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of when people think, why is that guy wearing his sunglasses in November?
Yes.
But the sun's so low, so there is a graduation in the size on these gemstones as well. They range from 6mm to 11mm in size, so quite sizable by the time you get into the central zone. 100 carats in total, and here's your price point. Wow, $11.95 for 100 carats of lemon quartz. And when you look at this gemstone, you could really hold this up to a more traditional gemstone classification. You've got that gorgeous colour, you've got the cut, you've got the clarity, and a huge carat weight there, 100 carats. So even if you wanted to use these in, you know, quite a high-end piece, and you wanted to maybe apply the traditional 4C classification that a master jeweller would, these still stand up to the mark, and at just $11.95, that is another add it to your order price for a Gems of Distinction strand of lemon quartz. I'll leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. we go. Gonna squeeze one more in before our star by deal, and it's a very, very popular gemstone. Gorgeous rutile quartz. Oh, is it? There you go. So I've actually been talking to regular buyers about this for probably about a year now. So there seemed to be some debate about whether the black and white, the monochrome variety of this gemstone, should be described as rutile quartz. Nothing really to do with the science behind the gemstone. I think mostly to do with almost creating a brand for the golden rutile quartz variety. And this is now being classified as tourmalated quartz. The reason for this is that the inclusions are actually tourmaline. So we know that this can be described as tourmalated quartz, and as I say, the powers that be would like to retain the name rutile quartz for the golden variety. So that it's quite simple really. It's, you know, politics in the industry really, but it's the same gemstone but just slightly different classification, but we always shared that information with you anyway. And here again we've got those broader drops, but this time rather than being flat, you've got this sort of 3D effect, if you like. So there you go. Absolutely fantastic. No two gemstones are going to be the same on this strand, of course, because I always like to think of it as Mother Nature autographing each and every one. They're so dramatic though, aren't they? Because you've got that juxtaposition between the classic white and jet black, and that's what you've got here. So something that's going to make a significant impact, but it's got those two neutral tones, so it'll work with any other gemstone. Lots and lots of design scope with this particular gemstone, and of course a gemstone that might capture people's imagination, because no one's going to mistake this for a synthetic. They're going to know you're working with the real deal. And it's another gemstone which is growing in popularity. People are aware of it. 65 carats in total, and these range in size from 6mm to 9mm. Quite a subtle variation really, but perfect again for those matching sets. And here comes your price point. Wow, £10. Wasn't expecting that then. You might have caught me going shocked at my producer there. $9.95 for 65 carats of tourmalated quartz. We know this is a popular gemstone. I think we've touched on why there, because of those monochrome effects. Real classic look. Actually, I'll tell you what, I'm just looking at the star by we've got coming up in a couple of minutes time. Look at that for a combination. It's perfect, isn't it? So the Moonstone, the Agate and the rutile quartz together, that's just a perfect combination. This is our double star by. It's coming up right now, I believe. Is that correct? Let's do it. It's star by time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star by. Another opportunity to offer you a wholesale bundle. So this time we have grouped together two complementary strands that we've just seen, and the bundle itself has been named Misty Morning. You can absolutely see why when you check out the colour tones. Now, these are very, very intricate. They're 3mm rounds of white agate, but they're faceted. So you do get that very subtle sparkle from the gemstones themselves. And then we've got your gorgeous grey moonstone here. Almost a sort of a range of colour tones really. So you've got the more subtle sort of dolphin greys, but they range up into those dramatic storm cloud greys. So again, lots of creative opportunities if you're working with this particular bundle, and the gemstones are just a classic combination, aren't they? Perfect for, I suppose, evening wear or everyday pieces really. And again, I love this combination because when we saw the grey gemstones before, and Sarah was touching on the idea of mixing them with Labradorite because you've got the same base tone, but then you get the colour play. And the Labradorite, this is another variety where they just complement each other beautifully, don't they? The Labradorite and the grey moonstone.
Just got some of the pearls in there, and some of those of the moonstone are in there as well, some of the small moonstones. So you just mix and match all your colour palette together because they are so complementary, all of those together. The moonstone, beautiful. The pearls, the Labradorite and the grey agate, they just all work together.
Absolutely. Well, you got an optical effect from nearly every gemstone now, haven't you? You've got your Labradorite, you've got your pearlescence, and then you've got your adularessence from your grey moonstone as well. So quite subtle colour play on your grey moonstone. So rather than it being really hard hitting, it's going to be a little bit more subtle. You can probably just see that little shimmer there. Almost a sort of silver metallic shimmer on your grey moonstone. Actually, perfect again for masculine designs because it's not as hard hitting, and of course lots of gents wearing sort of, you know, charcoal suits or black suits. It's going to work, you know, it's got that neutral quality to it. Both of these have been bundled together to create a wholesale deal. Normally they would be $5.95 each. Of course, you've got the more intricate faceted 3mm rounds. That's micro faceting, very, very labour intensive. So normally this particular bundle would set you back $11.90. That's not going to be your price tonight. It's buy one, get one for £2 again. $7.95 for 2 strands of gemstones. You've got those very delicate faceted white agate, and then you've got them accenting these beautiful grey moonstone. That's my birthstone actually, and Director Bruce's birthstone. So it's the birthstone for June, Moonstone is. Aww. And it's rather fantastic, isn't it? Actually, I did get one thing while I was away, and I should have brought it in to share with everyone. I will tomorrow, but I got this huge piece of fossilised agate with loads of druzy inside, and it's amazing. I'll show you it tomorrow. But yeah, I just forgot. Oh, he's changed his mind. He just said, I've changed my mind. He's put another £1 back in everybody's pocket. So anybody who came through early, don't panic. You will all pay the same final low price. Around about half the stock have been allocated. My producer wants to see a sell-out deal, so he's taken it as low as he possibly can. $6.95, not a price point we should be going anywhere near, especially as that now means it's buy one, get one for £1. Normally these would be $5.95 each. Tonight, buy one, get one for £1, but only as part of the Misty Morning Bundle. So if you want to get involved, dial the free phone number or click to buy now, and you can add that to your order. Well, that is an add it to your order price, isn't it? $6.95 for 2 strands of gemstones. The Moonstone is from the Gems of Distinction range, so I wouldn't expect it to go that low. And coming up at the top of the hour, that will mark the halfway point of the show, is our leatherette cord deal. So we've got the silver, the amethyst purple, the copper tone there, and then have a look at these. I've never seen these. These are brand new. These are leatherette and nylon plaited together, is that correct? So you've got black and gold, another classic combination, and then have a look at this, turquoise and silver. Love that.
I know,
that's fantastic, isn't it?
So
to be honest, you don't need to do much work with that, do you? Because
I did create a design, I think it was yesterday.
Tie a knot, I'd wear that.
Yeah, yesterday on the Designer Inspiration Show, just using that one strand. I'll see if I can find it.
Okay, cool, that's good. That's a little job for somebody. Right, we're going to move on though. That's coming up at the top of the hour. Don't need to be too worried about cords. Oh yeah, love these. Ah, really? Do you know what? As soon as I laid eyes on these, there was only one gemstone that came into my mind. Yes, they're cultured pearls, but I was thinking of the most revered variety on the planet, Tahitian pearls. That's the same colour tone you're getting here from your peacock colour tones, that rich, almost sort of petrol-like tone, if you like. You know, I know it doesn't sound particularly romantic, but it's
got that oil and water feel.
Yeah, it's got that sort of that intensity that you get from the oil and water effect. Yeah, and the richness of the colour as well. It's ranging from a sort of forest green to a rich amethyst purple. Gorgeous combination there again, providing you with quite a lot of impact in your designs. Now these, on top of that, are quite interesting because of the way they've been drilled. They're top drilled pearls, and they do have a bit of elongation to them. So often we talk about petals and we talk about leaves, things like that, but I'm thinking as we move into autumn, little acorns perhaps. That's what I'm thinking. Would that work?
They would, yeah. They've got a very sort of natural feel to them, very sort of, you know, they feel like they're almost grown on a tree
Yeah,
rather than
they do,
come from under the sea.
I agree.
So they've got that feel about them. So yes, you can use them in so many different ways. You might want to use them thinking about berries. If you're making some holly designs, you can actually use them maybe as berries. You can use them in so many different ways, but I absolutely love mixing them with the white or the peach pearls together, and just having those, that sort of cream and white, as with these darker tones. It just really
it makes more of an impact.
It's so dramatic having the two together. It really is. And I've got one piece of jewellery that I actually bought a long time ago that has the two tones of pearls together, and I wear it still to this day. It's just a really dramatic piece.
Well, might be few and far between those designs based on what's going on in the industry, but of course here at Jewellery Maker we want to make even the more hard to come by gemstones as accessible as possible, so we're actually going to give you a price reduction. Now this will only be available for 60 minutes, just like all of the reductions you see here on the Late Show. Should be $11.95. In 60 minutes it will return to $11.95. Right now you can have them for £10. Once again, producer Liam putting those pounds back in your pocket. And of course these smaller reductions are what helps you to increase your profit margins. If you're working with genuine cultured pearls, you know it's going to be popular, because it doesn't matter whether it's an everyday piece or, you know, a bridal design, or it doesn't matter what age somebody is. Pearls always seem to work, they always seem to fit the bill, and at £10 you can't go wrong, especially with these, which are, well, reminiscent of those Tahitian pearl designs. And I'll tell you, when you start to go into the Tahitian pearl market, you are literally looking at three-figure sums for every design that I've ever seen. $9.95, and we're going to move on. And here we go, the classic amethyst. I think this is the first time we've seen amethyst this evening. February's birthstone. Gemstone of Valentine's, of course. Maybe some people are really organised and they're starting to think about the new year.
Not quite that organised just yet, but
no.
You're getting that way.
But I have to say, I don't think that with a gemstone like amethyst actually is so important that you're relying on a birthstone, because they're an iconic gemstone. Everyone's aware of this. In fact, I've heard some designers say that you're actually doing yourself a disservice if you haven't got amethyst on your store, because that's the one that people are looking out for, because so many people are aware of it. So it's really an essential gemstone to work with.
People see that colour, they know the gemstone, they know the tone of the colour, and they are drawn to it. It's I think it's been proven that this is the gemstone that is the first bought gemstone that most people will buy, the most popular firstborn.
Most people's first purchase.
So, you know, if you've got it on your store, somebody may never have bought genuine gemstone jewellery, and you might be able to introduce them to their first piece. And typically amethyst is one that they'll always go for. It's my favourite gemstone. Everybody knows that I just love all the tones. I love the floral feel, the feminine feel of it. But I love the versatility though.
I think the last time I was on air actually, we came up with a list of 5 designers, all of whom said amethyst is their favourite gemstone, or purple is their favourite colour, I think.
I think it's because it's very versatile, it's very easy to wear, you can wear it with lots of different tones, so it's great.
Absolutely. And this is a Gems of Distinction strand, so 75 carats of amethyst. I mean, this one really is crying out to be used as petals, isn't it? Actually, it's that the colour of those pansies, you know, the purple and yellow pansies. Yeah, they're gorgeous, aren't they? The droplets themselves here range in size from 7mm to 13mm in size. And here comes your price point. 75 carats of amethyst, just £10. Absolutely phenomenal. And I was looking while I was away, I nearly bought it at a little amethyst geode, and it was awesome. It was like a mini version of Steve's. Steve is the owner of the company. He's got like 20-foot high geodes, little geode, but I couldn't quite stretch to it. £125 it was.
Yeah.
I really wanted it though, so I settled for my Agate geode, which wasn't quite as much as that. But yeah, wow, to get 75 carats of amethyst for £9.95, that is seriously impressive. Of course, this is how your amethyst actually forms in the ground. So when I was looking at that geode, you've got the exact same colour intensity. You will find that you don't even really need to provide these with much heat treatment to enhance the colour tone. This is actually the colour it forms in. 75 carats of amethyst. Ah, there you go. These ones actually haven't gone through any heat treatment, so literally a polishing technique. And this is all Mother Nature's hard work. There you go. $9.95 this evening. another essential gemstone for many jewellery makers. And, oh, now this is interesting. We've already brought you one of the big four here on the Late Show this evening. We've brought you actually a couple of different varieties of sapphire so far this evening. And now we're moving on to another variety of corundum. So the same gemstone, but because you've got these rich red and purple hues coming through, this is classified as ruby. And a lot of people who are au fait with their gemology will be well aware that ruby and sapphire are the same gemstone, but if you are new to the world of gemstones, you might not be aware of that. But yeah, ruby and sapphire is the exact same chemical composition, and ruby is literally a colour classification. Now here we've got quite an interesting variety, because these aren't your sort of classic rubies that are giving you lots of clarity. Instead, what we've got here is a more muted tone. Just have a look at this. And you see the array of colour tones you've got there, ranging from your rich reds to purples, even plum sort of tones there. This is so interesting. Now, the most valued or highly valued rubies on the planet are expected to show some purple hues in there. It's not all about those cherry reds. And as I say, the most highly valued ones will have a purple hue. You've got that in this one in abundance. But I love the finish here. Gorgeous polishing technique that's been used to draw those richer colour tones out, but also to give it a completely different finish that I think most people would normally associate with ruby. You've got 90 carats in total here. Irregular shapes. They range in size from 8x5 to 18x10 mil. So, you know, you've got more delicate cuts, but you've also got more of the sizable pieces on this strand. And it does come from our Gems of Distinction range, so it represents the highest possible quality we can source for you, but we're still going to give you the most competitive price on the market. Currently, we can offer you 90 carats of ruby for $14.95, and we're not even going to stay there. For the next 60 minutes, we're going to put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket, but only while stocks last. Unfortunately, we only have a limited number available, so maybe you want to add this slightly alternative variety of ruby to your collection. Now's the time to do it. $9.95 for 90 carats of ruby. And I love this. It's actually a sort of red wine tone that you've got here. That's the richness of the colour that you're looking at. Pete, I know you're feeling thirsty, but you can't. No! Put that corkscrew down. You can't drink on the job. What is he like, eh? $9.90, he's not really, by the way. I'm just winding him up, just in case his boss is watching. We're like, is Pete drinking? Okay, he's not. Always drink responsibly, of course. $9.95 for 90 carats of ruby there. Can't say fairer than that. And it's only available for 60 minutes. We're going to move on. Okay, like this. Now, I don't know whether there's been any advancements in the sourcing of more of the prong setting kits while I've been away. No. Okay, so we're still waiting for our suppliers to provide us with those, but anybody who was successful in getting hold of them before I went away, this could be one for you. Now, this is gorgeous. Right, oh no, have we already... Oh. Graphics are on screen. What's wrong with me? I should have told you in advance. You could absolutely be forgiven for mistaking this for, well, certain varieties of emerald, maybe a chrome dioxide, but actually it's a very rare variety of apatite. And often when we think of apatite, I think most people are aware of the neon blue tones, but actually, have a look at the vibrancy of this. It's almost a sort of like a sea green, something like that maybe.
It's almost like a darker version of a peridot.
Yes, I was actually going to say that originally, so I'm glad you said that.
It's got a real vivid, sort of zesty undertone to it. It's really gorgeous.
I love it. 0.8 carats here of Mandra apatite, and of course, because this comes from our Gem Collector range, you do get your certificate of authenticity with it. So that's quite useful, especially if you've got those prong settings, because you can literally just set that gemstone in there. It's a calibrated size, it's 6mm, quite sizable, and you've got, well, over 3/4 of a carat of this beautiful apatite. I mean, the clarity is exceptional here. There's not, well, I can't see one inclusion here. I'm just going to get my tweezers so you can see it out of the packet, if that's okay. Oh, I'm being told we're down to single figures of availability already. There you go. Oh, what's this? Ed knows how to use tweezers. What's happened here? Has he been practicing on his holiday? Do you know what I've been told? My director said, oh yeah, we're just adding that in afterwards. We just get Ed to move the tweezers now and we just blue screen it in. Not really. No, I had to practice. I was taught that what I was doing was I was squeezing the tweezers too hard. And I was applying too much pressure, and that's why they're pinging around. Look at that, that's so fantastic. Now the light's being passing through it.
That's it.
What?
Oh my goodness.
That's £1 per 10 points of Mandray apatite. And it's that classic brilliant cut as well, look. They're taking the mickey out of me for showing off now. I'll tell you what though, even if you haven't got the prong setting kit, you could actually, if you're a talented wire worker, you could probably create a little claw setting, couldn't you?
You could, or if you want to set that into your copper clay or your sterling silver clay,
course, yeah.
You would need to check
whether it can be
whether
baked,
you'd need
yeah.
to create a bezel and then set it afterwards, or whether you could actually fire it.
There is a list, isn't there, on
if you get
I
hold
think
of,
our website, but also on Natalia.
Natalia will be able to tell you straight away, unless she's got a list up there. Yeah. But definitely check. But there are ways of being able to sort of create the prong setting.
Yeah, you can create the setting, can't you, and then put it in after you've baked it. Yeah, good point. Okay, so yeah, check that. But I have to say, at that price point, that for me is a no-brainer for anybody who likes to create those very professional looking piece of jewellery rather than playing on the organic and bespoke looks that a lot of jewellery makers like. Okay, so we're going to move on because we've only got single figures of availability. And, ooh, I like this. No surprises there, I'm sure people will be saying. But yeah, this is gorgeous. Very, very feminine. That classic pastel pink tone, which I suppose a lot of people might associate with the likes of Morganite, perhaps. But actually, this is gorgeous rose quartz. I think within our sector, within the bespoke jewellery sector, rose quartz is probably better known than the likes of Morganite and Kunzite.
It certainly is, yeah. I mean, you know, it's one of those ones that with amethyst that people will know.
Yes.
It'll be one of those ones that people recognise.
And they're best mates.
They are best mates.
For my designs anyway, because I like to keep them girly, as you know.
That's it, and they just work beautifully together, but it is a very recognised gemstone. But it's one that also, you know, a lot of designers will use as well to bring that femininity in. And you'll find this used in a lot of sort of larger cocktail ring designs for those designers.
Ooh, that's a nice idea with these actually, because they've got that.
They've got that
very unique
sizability,
cut, haven't they, as well?
And they've got that wow factor, that pizzazz to them. So
totally agreed. They're almost like, remember those shield cuts we had previously?
Yes.
They're a similar shape, but actually they've got more depth to them, haven't they? Huge carat weights here, 45 carats in total. Slight variation in the size. I mean, you could create an earring and pendant look, or you could create 3 cocktail rings. I suppose the possibilities are endless, really. And look at that. I mean, it's a classic concave cut, but huge depth. I mean, look at that. If you did set it into a cocktail style ring, you've got a huge culet there. Fantastic. So the 2 outer gemstones are 19 by 14 millimeters in size, but the larger one in the centre is 22 by 16. So as I say, quite subtle variation in size, but perfect for a matching set of jewellery. This does come from our Gems of Distinction range, and this actually comes from the cut collection. So the highest possible quality we can find, and it allows our lapidarists to be a little bit more experimental, a little bit more confident in what they want to achieve with the cut. And you can see that that has been used to great effect on these, because it's all about the cut, isn't it, really, that concave effect. Now, we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction this evening. We shouldn't be going anywhere near this price. Currently, they're available at $24.95. But once again, geez, Liam, putting £5 back in your pocket. It's taking this down to $19.95 this evening, only for the next 60 minutes. And actually, I think another of the reasons that rose quartz tends to be so well known by people who are interested in owning bespoke jewellery designs is that whenever I speak to the customers who are friends with me on Facebook, and if you want to get involved, it's Ed Presenter. And yeah, if you go to the one with a lowercase p and give me a like, then you'll be able to get involved with everything that we're doing on Facebook. But a lot of our customers tell me that the reason they are drawn to quartz is because it was crystal healing that got them into genuine gemstone buying in the first place. And even though now they like the aesthetics of it, they still have that association with the different energy properties of the gemstone. I don't have any real knowledge of that side of things, so I wouldn't advise you to buy it for that reason. But what I hear is that quartz is a great amplifier of different energies, and so that's why rose quartz tends to be very popular, because not only do you get those benefits, but you also get a very feminine look.
You do, and you know, that price is just amazing. I looked for some feature gemstones with a really unusual cut to make a particular design, and I ended up, because it was before this, and I ended up looking at synthetics. Very famous make of synthetics.
Oh yeah, I know one.
And to buy one of that size would have cost me more.
More than that, really? Just one would have cost you more than that?
Yes.
Amazing. There you go, 1995. We are going to have to leave that one, I'm afraid. It's flying out the door, so congratulations to anybody who's investing in those cuts. Time now to bring you... Is it the cords? Oh, sorry. Being so silly. So it's this. The bust, he was saying, not the cords. They don't even sound alike. What's wrong with me? So this is our superstar buy that's on there. I can't give you this as well, unfortunately. Certainly not for the price. You could recreate this display if you get hold of this this item and the superstar buy, can't you? So there you go. 22 by 18 millimetres in size. And I think that the reason busts are so popular, particularly as we are talking about maybe getting involved with the craft fairs over the winter period, they just allow you to display your jewellery designs in a more professional manner. It's going to attract more attention to your display if things look professional, and of course it gives people more confidence when they're handing over their cash.
It does.
You know, sometimes people can be worried that, you know, they're going to invest in something and the gemstone is going to fall out or what have you. But if you look professional, they'll understand that you work to a higher standard.
That's it, and it just creates a different look on your table as well. It creates height, it creates that different look, and you can have, you know, your feature pieces highlighted so that it draws people to your stand by having them on display at height, facing the customer. Whereas if they're down flat on your table, the customer can't see them from a distance as they're looking around. Whereas they're displayed beautifully, you've got that height, and also,
you only need to get them over to your store.
You do.
Then you can, you know, talk through the options of what they might like to invest in. You can build rapport with your customer. You can potentially educate them about gemstones. But they've got to come over first.
If you've got a customer there as well, other people think, hang on a minute, what's that person looking at on that stall?
No one's going to go over to the stall where nobody else is going. Yeah, you're quite right.
It's one of those, you know, that first customer coming to your store creates interest in other people around them. And, you know, the more people you can talk to, the more people you can bring to your stall, they might not buy right at that second, but they might come back later.
Absolutely.
Or they might talk to their friend who then thinks, actually, I do need some genuine gemstone jewellery. I now know where to go get it from.
That's exactly right. There you go. So great, I suppose, business advice there as well. If anybody is interested in developing their hobby into a small business, they might like to attend our business workshop put together by Angela Edwards. $7.95. So for a very small investment, you can look like a real pro. And just to be clear, we are just selling the bust now, just in case anybody thought they're getting that necklace as well. So there you go. This is the small white bust, so this might be for more of the choker designs, or, you know, things that don't have quite the same
you might want to display a wirework pendant on there, or a choker style piece, or, you know, you can adjust the piece on there as well. So, you know, you can bring that up higher on the display and have that longer length.
And a lot of people use them in a practical sense to see how the necklace is going to actually drop.
I do that at home. I have one at home that I actually just keep and sometimes it's an extra set of hands. I put the necklace on there,
Right.
and when I'm attaching charms or chain drops, I can have the necklace sat on there.
Yeah, how it's going to sit naturally.
Facing towards me,
Yeah.
and I can work directly on there as well.
Fantastic. There you go, lots of different uses for your busts, but really it's going to make you feel like a pro. $7.95, and we are now going to move on. Is it time to do the chords now? Right, there we go, time to do the chords. It's star by time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and it is a wholesale bundle that we've put together, this time a collection of our cords. Now, braiding techniques really are one of the most popular techniques that we do here at Jewellery Maker. And if you think about the likes of macrame and kumihimo, then you can see how this is a great introduction to the hobby as well, because you know, you don't have to invest in very expensive gemstones. You don't need to deal with fiddly findings necessarily. There are findings available. You don't necessarily have to deal with them, and you can still create fantastic and bespoke jewellery designs. And actually, a lot of these techniques lend themselves to maybe more of the affordable pieces, so it might be a good way to get youngsters involved in jewellery making as well. Now, these are the leatherette cords. They are very, very popular, I have to say, and unfortunately that means that we only have a limited number available of this bundle, so if you want to get involved, start dialing. So this is the brown or the copper colour in your leatherette cord there. You get a metre of that, it's 6mm. Then you've got the purple tone, almost a sort of lavender colour. Again, 6mm in diameter, and you get a metre. Gorgeous, I love this. Black and gold. This is 5mm in diameter. I haven't seen this before, and actually it's a combination of the leatherette and the nylon. Is that right? So the gold is the leatherette and the black is the nylon. Absolutely fantastic. And that's actually 90cm length. So there you go. That's fantastic. Then you've got the silver one. This is slightly more delicate. Still got that plaited effect, 3mm in diameter, and you've got a metre of the silver, and then you've got 90cm of the turquoise and silver leatherette and nylon cord. Again, that's 5mm in diameter. So in total, what we're looking at, 4 meters, 80 centimeters in total. Love the combination of colours. They all work together. I'm thinking the silver and the purple look rather fantastic. Is that what you? No, oh, no, you've drawn to that, yes. But I think those are going to be the really big thing. I've never actually seen these before today, and I imagine they've been very popular since launch. Yes. Do you like these, Sarah?
I absolutely love them. I just wish I'd had a little bit longer working with them today, because I absolutely love working with them. I think they're just so wow factor, so impact, that, you know, they create designs with very little work for you. The ones that, when I was working with them yesterday, I made, I think, 3 or 4 different designs very, very easily. Right. And, you know, they were so wow factor and impact that, you know, it's just, I love them. I love them so
yeah,
much.
they are gorgeous,
so on trend.
And actually, we're surprised, I'm always surprised at the prices that people are expected to pay in other outlets for threading materials, even the simple cords. Oh, yes. We're talking about, you know, like £1 a metre. Oh, and yeah, I mean, I looked up, I think it was yesterday or the day before, one of those large type craft places, and I think it was £3, just under £3 for 5 metres of some sort of threading material. It didn't specify what it was made of, and it was very difficult to actually find any that actually had the measurements on them either. So I found one that had the measurements, and it was 5 metres, I think, for just under £3. There you go.
So, you know, and it wasn't of this. It was it was a 1
Simple
millimetre
1 mil thread.
Yes,
I've seen the same thing myself. You can imagine how much work's gone into creating these. You know, especially the plaited combination of the nylons and the leatherette. Absolutely fantastic. We're giving you all of the information on our cords this evening, and this is not your price. The price you can see. We were playing around with the price to see how low we could get it, and currently it's available at $11.75. That is the original price if you bought them all separately, isn't it? Okay, so that's what it would be, sorry, if you were to buy them all separately. That's not going to be your price point this evening. we're going to go as low as we possibly can to make it as accessible as possible and to give you a wholesale deal. So this evening, take it down to $7.95. Fantastic. There you go. So an unbelievable deal. And actually, Sarah's already been working with the black and gold leatherette cord. Fantastic, especially with the Smokey Quartz.
Yes,
I know you said it goes with everything.
I use the Smokey Quartz and I use the grey quartz out of the 4mm bundles,
yes,
just to create the base. There's actually a beady bead under there, and actually I've just on the 5 pieces that face towards the top, I've added the extra Smokey Quartz, almost to create like a floral, spiky bead, whatever way you want to look at it, and just to have that as a button fastening. So that actual bead is the
that's
fastening.
actually not only the feature, but also the mechanics, if you like.
It is the mechanics of it, because I didn't want to hide it away. I wanted that to be visible, so that's the actual sort of.
It's good as well because it creates a sort of layer of design, doesn't it? Which you've also got in the cord because of the leatherette and the nylon. So yeah, it really, really works. Very cohesive design.
The two sort of raw ends, if you like, unravel because I've bound them with wire, so that actually creates like almost like a tassel effect underneath as well, which is
absolutely beautiful design. And like you say, you can afford to be a bit more experimental when you're working with these kind of threading materials because the braiding techniques, or even the
braiding's
threads,
done for you. You could do what you would do if you were making like a braid yourself with them, because it's all been done for you.
It's already been packed together, of course. There you go then. $7.95, a huge saving. Normally it would be $11.75 for all of this combination of cord. And you've got your purple, your silver, your... it's been described as brown, but it does have a lighter tone, doesn't it?
Do you know,
like
that's
copper
tan.
Tan, that's it. That's the colour I'm looking for.
Like if you were to get boots, they would be classed as tan.
Tan,
boots.
they would indeed. There you go. That's it. That's the beauty of having one of our expert designers with me, because the ladies are always more knowledgeable about these things. The black and gold and the turquoise and silver, though, that's where it's at. I mean, I'm thinking winter designs or even festive designs, evening wear even with the black and gold, couldn't you?
Yeah, oh definitely. I mean, that's really, and I'm looking at that thinking I'm do some sort of haberdashery work with it as well, maybe actually add this onto if I've got a handbag that might need embellishing for an evening out, you could add swirls, do some of your, like it's like your soutache work but actually onto your handbags or onto your cushions.
Because a lot of crafters out there aren't just jewellery makers, they do turn their hand to most different crafts.
In lots of different ways when it comes to crafting, because I'm looking at these and I'm thinking I can use them in clothing, I can use them in decoration, I can also use them in my jewellery, so I'm looking at lots of different ways. And if you are a card maker or a scrapbooker, these again would work brilliantly in there. And don't think you can't unravel them if you want to use them separately.
I was just thinking that myself. You could actually take the purple and the silver apart and redo it. You could create the same effect you got with the black and gold, but with the silver and the purple or something like that. Or
just use the strands individually and then have that sort of wavy
because it'll almost be like it's crimped, if you like, or what have you. There you go then, down to $7.95 as ever, only for 60 minutes. If you do want to get involved, you need to be dialing the free phone number, or of course if you've placed them in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals and more inspiration from Sarah, so don't go away.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting Paula McKay accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Do you make jewellery as a hobby? Would you like to learn key skills to help you successfully market and sell your handmade jewellery? We are working with Angela Edwards, who is an experienced jewellery maker as well as a small business trainer, to bring you the perfect course to help develop basic business skills. The full course includes how to create a business plan to successfully sell your products, how to access current and potential customers, how to identify and profile your target market, how to generate leads to secure current and future sales, how to use online social networking to your advantage, and key knowledge on legal requirements and insurances. For information about dates and to reserve your place, please contact 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to it. Thank you, Sarah. Look, Sarah's just went and got her designs that she created using the nylon leatherette cords. If you did miss out on that deal, or in fact, more importantly, if you grabbed the deal, here's a little bit of inspiration for you. So this is the blue and gold and the purple and silver that Sarah was working with yesterday. Maybe you didn't see the show, or maybe you want to recreate the design using the cords we've just offered you. And then this is the silver and blue one that was part of our deal. You can see it's been used to great effect there. That looks fantastic.
That's worn back to front as well. It's actually designed to wear either with
yes, so that can get, if you've got an open back. You see, I know, don't worry girls, I know it all now. There you go, so you've got the choker style effect and then you've got that down the back. You just, oh yeah, nice.
So that's what I mean about the haberdashery side of things, because if you make that braid that's on there with that cord, it could be a curtain tie back, it could be a handbag strap, it could be a strap for a dress that doesn't have a strap that you want to add a strap onto.
Yes.
It could be so many different things. So these cords are just so versatile.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? And like you said, again, a lot of the work's done for you.
It is, it's instant. Really instant jewellery.
Perfect. What more could you ask for? Right. Well, you could ask for a double star buy. We can give you one of those. It's coming up in 15 minutes time and we're going to be launching this set of charms and premiere strand of Ethiopian opal. Anyone? October's birthstone.
Oh my goodness me.
Very, very rare variety of opal. There is plenty of pinfire, that opalescence, that colour play people associate with the gemstone. As ever, not easy to show you in our studio lighting. See if I can capture a bit. Struggling a little bit. We'll try again in 15 minutes time when we bring you the exclusive launch of this strand of opal.
I can see it from here.
There you go.
I can, you know when you brought that out and I just looked over, I'm seeing all the pinks and I'm seeing all the blues as well. They're
gorgeous.
That's an amazing strand. I need that in my life.
There you go. So we're already making our expert designer jealous. This is Sarah, who's joining us this evening, in case you are new to us. She's been here from pretty much day one, haven't you, Sarah?
Near enough, yes.
There you go. So lots of inspiration from Sarah as we move through the show. But first of all, let's find some more deals for you to get involved with. And wow is the only word I can use to describe this. Unbelievable quality of aquamarine you've got here. Faceted rondelles, ranging in size from 3x2 to 6x4. This is just phenomenal. Gorgeous sky blue hue that you'd associate with aquamarine, and very consistent across the entire strand. It's gorgeous, isn't it? $40 carats of March's birthstone here. Comes from the beryl family. So its sister stones are emerald, morganite, goshenite, keeping good company, but I think aquamarine's another of those gemstones, a lot like maybe amethyst, that people are aware of, they've got knowledge of, they've seen it in high-end designs, and actually I always think of aquamarine and amethyst as quite a good combination of colours.
Yes, beautiful combination. So, you know, it's running in sort of almost that sort of tone, because you get blue sort of tones coming through your amethyst.
Yes.
Whereas when you mixed it with the rose quartz, you're picking on the sort of pinks and the
pink
red colours.
tones. Yeah, absolutely.
So it's working in those same sort of colour families almost.
Yeah.
It looks beautiful together.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, you might not want to put this with another faceted gemstone. You might want this to be the star of the show. Maybe the 3mm white agates.
Or if
keep the accent subtle.
If you manage to get the Smoky Quartz and Pearl bundle, or those pearls that were an amazing price. I think they were $6.95. Those pearls that came on earlier, they were absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
so
that would work perfectly, wouldn't it? Pearls and aquamarine, another classic combination.
Can't go wrong.
A lot of the designers telling me that at the moment aquamarine is becoming one of their favourite gemstones, and it's purely because of, well, the quality of the aquamarine we're able to source at the moment. Again, in the past, maybe before we'd expanded in the way we had, before we had the buying power we have now, we had maybe a little bit more inconsistency in the aquamarine these days. Beautiful sky blues throughout the entire strand. 40 carats in total. This is fantastic. So this is I think this might be the strand actually. This is one of our Wall of Fame entries. It's been sent in by Kimberly. That is gorgeous. And yes, it is the strand, I believe. Yeah, hi everyone, I made this necklace with aquamarine and apatite, so it is the strand then. Fantastic, you can see there just how beautiful it looks there. I mean, that's quite a gem heavy piece really.
It is.
Quite indulgent.
Do you know what?
Why not?
If you were the owner of that, wouldn't you wear that with...
Oh yeah.
You'd walk an extra foot high
wearing
it.
Well, you'd walk with your head held high,
Yeah,
definitely.
definitely.
It's absolutely beautiful. Okay, sorry director. Top quality aquamarine here, and we are going to give you a jewellery maker price point as ever. Wow. $49.95 for what can only be described as jewellery quality aquamarine. 40 carats. I mean, the clarity, the colour tone, and the way this has been faceted, I would associate with top quality luxury jewellery, but I wouldn't expect to see 40 carats in a traditional design. $49.95 for 40 carats of aquamarine. Very, very high-end offering here. March's birthstone. But again, I don't think this is... The sales of your aquamarine designs aren't going to be dependent on birthstone jewellery, because people are going to be aware of this, and especially when they see the consistency of the colour tone, they're going to be blown away. Beautiful. 40 carats for $49.95. And actually, the next item we have here would be a perfect addition with your aquamarine, because you've actually got beautiful kyanite, another very rare gemstone, but I love the combination of the sky blues and the almost royal blues and navy blues that you get in your kyanite. Fantastic, that is. I love that. So now all of a sudden you could actually be using this top quality aquamarine as an accent.
Yeah.
For your kyanite.
But doesn't
Unbelievable.
it just work beautifully?
They do, but maybe you've got another idea in mind. Maybe, in fact, you just want to add the very rare kyanite to your personal gemstone collection. Maybe you have no intention of working with this gemstone. I often mention on air, actually, this is the only gemstone where collectors have actually approached me and said, Ed, look at my kyanite, because they know how rare it is. They know it's come from the Himalayas. Not an easy place to go mining, obviously. And it's because you need quite unique environments to form kyanite. Forms in low temperatures but high altitude pressures, so obviously you need mountainous regions. I always think, I've seen, you know, documentaries on TV where people spend, you know, months and months of their lives planning expeditions to go to the Himalayas or to climb Everest, and yet there are actual people there who are mining for this gemstone in these very, very, I suppose, hostile environments. But this is the thing, isn't it? When people are familiar with their environment, they find a way to make the most of the resources there, and kyanite is absolutely one of the most popular gemstones with collectors. Very, very rare gemstone. And I think, again, you know, we know that purples and blues are really popular in terms of colour tones for your gemstone jewellery. These are quite rich cashmere blues, aren't they? Absolutely fantastic. They range in size from 9x5 to 15x7mm in size, giving you 80 carats in total. We only have a limited number available in stock, so you need to be getting on the phone lines early for this one. Currently available for $29.95, but for the next 60 minutes, we're going to give you an exclusive price reduction. That's what we do here on The Late Show. It's our job to clear out the last of stock. It makes way for new and exciting items in our warehouse, but it also gives you unique opportunities to own some of the rarest gemstones on the planet at clearance price points. Unbelievable. Wow, and he wasn't messing around either. That's a huge reduction. £12 back in your pocket, down to $17.95 this evening. Say again, sorry? Oh, I see. So basically, I'm just going to share this with the audience. My producers decided to take this to the lowest ever price to gauge how many collectors are out there and watching us this evening. So that way we can judge whether we've got a lot of the jewellery makers or a lot of the gemstone collectors. $17.95. If there are any collectors watching, I know that you're already dialing that free phone number. Or if you are clicking to buy now and you're adding this to your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Gorgeous gemstone. Really, I suppose there is the option here to not create any jewellery at this price point, but purely to have this in your collection. Gorgeous kyanite. Not a gemstone we can bring you every day here on Jewellery Maker, but we are quite successful in sourcing this gemstone. We're at Mother Nature's mercy as ever. You know, if she creates it, if we can get hold of it, and our buying team can actually get a decent price on this, then we'll pass those savings on to you, and then producer Liam will come along and go above and beyond. $17.95, $29.95 represented the best value on the market, and basically he wanted to see how many collectors were watching, so he went a little bit lower than he should have. Huge reduction, and only available for 6 minutes. Got a lot of people placing that in their basket now, so you do need to check out. Natasha has texted in to say, yay, Ed's back. My favourite man on TV. Hope you had a nice hollybobs. I did have a nice holiday, and Natasha, that's probably the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, so thanks, Natasha. There you go. We're going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. Whoa. Now, how many of these have you got? I did see it this morning, but I've forgotten. You've got 8 of it as well. Sorry. Okay. I think that you should start dialing now. I know that I'm going to get in trouble from the call centre, but we've only got 8 of these available. And you know what? My director just said it looks like a list of star buys. The description for the product.
It looks like you've just raided the front window of a top end
It does, doesn't it?
and taken all of their top pieces.
Where's the emerald from, interestingly? I know we've got sapphires, rubies, tanzanite and emeralds, but where's that emerald from? He won't tell me. Oh, it's not. Let's do it. Let's give everybody the code. You've had a chance to dial the free phone number. There's 8 of these remaining in stock, 80 carats in total. So is that right? You've got 20 carats of beautiful blue sapphires, 20 carats of ruby, 20 carats of emerald, and 20 carats of tanzanite. I actually class this as the big 4. I always think diamonds have got their own personal status, haven't they?
Well, I think diamonds have got all that huge advertising campaign that was behind them, so they just got blown out the water. But these, I think, are the top 4 unsung heroes, if you like.
I agree. Do you know what? I've got enough people already coming through for this to be a sellout deal. We haven't even brought the price on screen. You need to be checking out the baskets. Let's get the price on that. Are you...
What?
Stop catching flies now. But that works out at £7.50 per strand. Do you know this? Okay, well, I'm afraid we've got to move on because we're going to disappoint so many people. There's about 30 people putting it in their basket. I've got 1 remaining in stock. I'm so sorry. It had only been on air once before and we were left with just 8. That's just probably people not checking out their baskets or their car's not going through, something like that. That is a ridiculous deal.
That is the most amazing deal.
If you put the ruby on screen for £7.50, the phone lines would melt, wouldn't they?
Oh my goodness.
That's
I
unbelievable.
hope everybody who wanted that got it, because it's just amazing. I mean,
well, they didn't.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
People are still dialing now and it's been a sellout. I'm so sorry. That's why you've got to be quick, isn't it? I'm sorry. Okay, if you missed out on that deal, here's another very, very high-end offering. This time, huge carat weights on each and every gemstone. Of course, the smaller, delicate Rondelles don't offer you large carat weights. Here, no messing around. Now, this is called multi-sapphire, but I think most people will accept that that, for example, is a huge ruby. You know, it's just red. It's not even borderline pink sapphire, it's a ruby. Then you've got these beautiful, rich blue tones, your sort of midnight blues that you'd normally associate with sapphires. There are some pink sapphires there. Yeah, in fact, you can see the difference there, can't you? That's like a cranberry red, and that is a hot pink. And then, actually, the most common variety of sapphire is your green sapphire, and we've got those on there as well. Beautifully faceted. I love these sort of oval shapes, actually, because they have almost a sort of confectionery-like feel to them. I know I shouldn't associate sapphires with confectionery, but
they
do, don't they?
They have that, you know, that boiled sweet essence to them, don't they? But they are
a sugary feel as well with the sparkle.
They are just the most amazing collection of gemstones on one single strand.
I know.
What a collection of colours.
Well, just noticed another ruby as well.
Look at the facets as well.
Another huge ruby. Now these range in size from 6x5 to 11x7, and I would have to say ruby, 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 ruby. Let's have a look at our price point this evening. There are 4, so it worked. Wow, $29.95. Unfortunately, once again, we're down to single figures of availability. Lots of savvy jewellery making shoppers out there this evening getting involved. The second they see something they like the look of, that's the way to do it. Funnily enough, the largest gemstone on the strand is actually probably the most traditional look.
And if you got that strand of the graduated blue sapphire earlier this evening, wouldn't that just be the most amazing focal point for a design? Having one of those, or if you got the other tone of sapphires, was it orange sapphires?
Yeah, the orange sapphire would be gorgeous. Bit of colour blocking maybe, because actually there's a bit of a purple hue in this gemstone, and she was back on our screens on Saturday night, wasn't she, with her mate, the guy who destroys the music industry. What's his name? Oh yeah, Sam Cow, that's him. Yeah, so if you wanted to, you could get your orange and your purples together. Yeah. Make sure you tune in to Jewellery Maker Saturday night, 5 till 9. Right, we're moving on. That's it. I'm a popular man. How to win friends and influence people. Slag off the most popular TV show on the air. There you go. Right, we're moving on. Black star diopsides. Wow, wow, wow. Even with all these light sources, I'm getting very, very clear asterism on each and every gemstone. Look at this. Now actually I'm getting more than one star because of all the light sources you can see there, but if it was one light source that'd be a very focused star. We have in the past turned the lights off and shown you this, but actually you can see it even in all our light sources, so you can see it's sort of repeating itself because of the multiple light sources, but you wouldn't get that in your natural light. I mean, it's just incredible, isn't it? One of the most revered varieties of diopside on the planet, and you can see why. Now, this actual effect occurs naturally within the gemstone. It's the polishing technique that brings it to the forefront of the gem itself, and that's why these look so brilliant as cabochons, because it's probably the most traditional polishing technique creating a cabochon. It's actually the technique that most lapidarists will learn first, how to polish gemstone into this cabochon effect, this dome shape. And with a star diopside, you can see that it actually brings out the optical phenomenon that lives within. Now you get 90 carats here. Now this isn't a 90 carat gemstone. This will vary, I'm told, from plate to plate. So you could get, say, 10, and the average carat weight will be 9 on each one. On this one you got 2, 4, 6, 7 on this one, so you got slightly larger carat weights. So you know, it depends how many you get as to what kind of carat weight, but you're always going to get at least 19 carats as part of the deal. You can see there, it doesn't matter which one I pick. The star's really strong on each and every one, even in the studio lights, which is really not its ideal setting to show you this effect. Okay, how many of these do we have, sir? Oh, okay, we've only got 14 of these in stock, so I think we are expecting to see another set. I mean, can you imagine a wirework ring with a star dioxide set into it? And that's actually quite good because, of course, people tend to sort of gesticulate when they talk and move their hands about, and then you're going to pick them and people are going to notice the star.
That's it. That's where you kind of want this, where it's going to get movement, whether it be as the focal point of a wirework bangle, for instance,
or
nice, a ring.
Yeah.
You want it where it's going to be moved, it's going to get noticed, because you want to see it as a person wearing that piece of jewellery. You're going to want to see that optical effect too, you know, not just
Absolutely.
the people looking at your jewellery. So I think that those sort of settings would be ideal for it.
Totally agree. There you go. If you do want to get involved, you need to be dialing me down to single figures of availability now. We haven't even brought the price on screen. And there it is, $29.95. That's 33p a carat for black star dioxide. That doesn't sound right.
It's not right. It can't be right.
Yeah, it can't be right, can it?
You know, I can remember the first time I saw one of these gemstones, and I saw it on the sister channel set into, I believe it was set into a beautiful ring, and I was blown away by the effect.
Yeah.
But the prices were nowhere near what these are, I can tell you that much.
I remember there being a little bit of handbags, shall we say, between the producers on Gems TV about Black Star Dioxide. The chances to bring you this gemstone are a little bit few and far between. Not very easy to come by, and when you do get hold of it, everybody wants to put it into their house because they know how popular it is. That is a key indicator for all the jewellery makers who are selling designs out there that this is going to be a profitable gemstone. If you want to get involved with this deal, dial that free phone number right now. 90 carats of Black Star Dioxide for just $29.95. This is a gemstone that will capture people's imaginations, even if they're not necessarily someone who is, you know, passionate about gemstones. Once they see that optical effect, they'll soon become interested in gemstones.
Amazing soutache into a brooch as well.
Oh, fantastic, yes.
Using the black and white soutache cord, making a really fantastic brooch, maybe some seed pearls in there. Yeah. And to have that, to be able to wear it, if the sort of person who has to wear a business suit every day, to have that little bit of,
you can power dress, but you can still accessorise.
I think it would just look amazing.
I totally agree. Add that to your order right now, just $29.95, but the last in stock available right now. We've got to move on because it's time for a double star buy. Okay, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Very, very exciting opportunity now because we are going to launch a brand new strand here on Jewellery Maker. It's October's birthstone and another gemstone that I think most people are aware of. I think, you know, like amethyst or aquamarine, people know about opal. They're aware of it and therefore they're probably drawn to the gemstone a little more. Now, when it comes to opal, I think there's one country in the world that most people associate with the gemstone, and that is Australia. In fact, it's responsible for 97% of the world's opal. Australia. But this is Ethiopian opal. So one of the rarest varieties on the planet, and actually you tend to get a little more colour play from your Ethiopian opal because you've got so many different varieties that come from Australia. A lot of the common opals come from Australia that don't offer you that pinfire. This is Ethiopian opal and we've definitely got that colour play going on inside here, the greens. Now the most common colours to see in your opal are your greens, and I think I've just captured a little bit there on the corner, you see that? That sort of rich lime green or forest green. The rarer colours that you're going to see are the reds and oranges. Often they come through more as orange, but we've got plenty of that in here as well. I think I've caught that as well. There it is. It's just a little bit difficult. Now it's because of this almost translucent like effect that in our again, in our studio lighting, I know that, you know, the cynics out there, maybe if you're new to us, will be thinking, well, why would you have a studio lighting setup that didn't highlight the beauty of gemstones? Regular viewers are probably bored of hearing us explain it. Basically, we haven't got the option to just have one light source because I wouldn't look so handsome, and that's what's important. No, I'm only joking. It's the studio lighting, because of, you know, broadcasting standards, we have to have all these light sources. Unfortunately, it tends to wash out the optical effects that you see in a lot of our gemstones, particularly opal. Every now and then we'll get very, very lucky, huge amount of opalescence, and we won't be overly affected, but it's more to do with the way the gemstone's being cut or polished. This has got that beautiful polished finish to it, and as a result, the light is passing through the gemstone, not necessarily highlighting the pinfire. When you see it in the flesh, I'm sure you're not going to be disappointed when you do see the colour play. You can see it there. I mean, actually, I've got a real myriad of colours going on in this gemstone. I've got greens, oranges and purples in here. Hopefully I can capture a little bit. I think we can just about see it. There we go, a little bit of green there. The purple's on my side of the gemstone. If I turn it towards you, I'm going to lose it. So it's a little bit difficult in the studio, but I think regular viewers will know that they can trust us. The gemstones always look better when you get them home and you see them in the flesh. And if you are thinking, oh, I really want to see it in the flesh, don't panic. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can get it home and make an informed decision. If you don't see that swirl of colour that you're looking for, then you can send it straight back. But I don't think too many people are going to be disappointed, because of course this is genuine opal. Your opportunity to work with a gemstone, which I always think a lot of collectors have quite a sentimental attachment to in terms of opal. Sarah and I have discussed that in the past, haven't we? You yourself have got your own sort of emotional attachment to the gemstone, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely, because it was my mum's favourite, and she's no longer with us, but I've got her opals, and when I open the box of jewellery, because it's a porous gemstone, it actually still smells of her perfume. It's a really sort of, you know, I don't wear them because I want to pass them on, but they are just the most amazing gemstone. For me, I've always loved them, because it's almost like you've captured a rainbow inside a gemstone. That's a good description, actually. Yeah, fantastic. I know you can't see it on the cameras, and I know people think we just say things here, but I wouldn't say anything about the gemstone if I couldn't see it, and I can see so much colour coming through from over here, because the light somehow is not washing it out. From your angle? From my angle, and as soon as you got that out and brought it up onto the desk, I was seeing those pinks, those blues, those oranges coming through, and I'm an awful long way away from it. And actually, as well, not just the traditional colour play here, those greens and those oranges and purples, but actually it has got a sort of golden inner glow as well. The light is being caught inside the gemstone. That's much easier to see. You can see that there. So you're getting a lot of impact from this one gemstone. See that there? Just there where the light's being captured inside the gemstone. Absolutely fantastic. But as my producer rightly says, because this is a premiere launch, we're going to give you an exclusive launch price, and that's what this is all about. We are able to offer you 25 carats of a very, very rare variety of opal, Ethiopian opal, for $14.95. Unbelievable. And these actually range in size from 3x1 to 7x4. We know that classic rondelle, very popular with lots of jewellery makers. And because you've got the graduation, I mean, in all honesty, that could be used as a design in itself, couldn't it, Sarah? It could be. I would be looking at just restranding that with possibly some sterling silver spacer beads. Take maybe 3 or 4 off the end and make a matching pair of earrings, maybe perhaps? Maybe I've put some little tiny pearls with it. Oh, or if I had some... you know, I might actually put some really small rose quartz in there, you know, just that's nice. But just keep it very, very simple. They are so beautiful. I wouldn't want to overpower them with other colours. I want to keep the colours quite subtle to allow the gemstone. But if you have some of the blue opal rondelles, possibly putting some of those smaller blue opal rondelles in between, or even fire opal. If you've got some fire opal, and just keep the family of gemstones together, they would look amazing. I'm concentrating on trying to find the pinfire. It's quite frustrating. I am listening to you. Any longer. I need to have a good close look at this. There you go. So you're loving it. Oh, amazing! It's gorgeous, isn't it? You just flick that there, and just all the pinks and reds came straight through. As soon as you just turned it over, Oh, it's just amazing.
Fantastic. And there you go. Maybe you want to treat yourself. Maybe your birthday falls in October and you want to create a piece of birthstone jewellery for yourself or for a loved one. The perfect gemstone to add. $14.95. Wow, somebody's got 2, somebody's got 3 strands of that. As ever, we're not going to limit you to 1. We're always going to give you as many opportunities as you wish. It is our aim to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs, and that means that if people want to bulk buy, then we give you that chance. Now, I think this is one that people are going to want to bulk buy. It's a little collection of charms. I'm going to focus on this one to begin with, because then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of a slightly different lotus flower design. First of all, have a look at this. I mean, that is a classic charm, isn't it? Briolette cut, black onyx. Basically, actually you wouldn't get this kind of carat weight from the high street charm shop probably. You've actually got 3 carats of onyx in one gemstone here.
Wow.
Classic look, and because you've got the lobster quill clasp, it will attach to any charm bracelet on the planet.
You know, I'm looking at that and thinking, if you've got just a plain chain that you want to wear with a neckline piece, it might be your favourite chain that you wear, just attach it back onto the clasp on the back of your neckline.
Great idea.
Just to add that interest to the back of your neckline. You might just want to add it onto a little chain as well.
You know why that's important? When somebody holds you close to dance, it's still going to be noticed, you see?
That's true.
That's perfect. You could put it on the end of an extended chain as well, just adding value to your designs.
Because it's got the clasp on there, you can remove it and then put it on your charm bracelet. You might have a pair of, you know, the sort of kidney style earring wires?
Yes, yes.
You could clip it onto one of those and wear it as an earring, onto an earring.
In that case, get 2 of this bundle, and then you can wear it as a pair of earrings. Perfect. I should just say that this is not all you get. So this is all, am I right in thinking that's set into sterling silver? So that's sterling silver lobster claw clasp with 3 carats of black onyx there, faceted briolette drop. That's not all you get. So that's your first item. Then you get 5 of these little lotus flower charms. So you get 5 of these. Well, that'd make a gorgeous pair of earrings, quite subtle.
They are, they're lovely. And you know, you might just want to just add those just round the neckline of a necklace, just in between. If you've got some, you know, those were they carnelian? Oh no, they were red agate.
I know the ones you're talking about. Yeah,
ones.
They look like little ties. Yes, I know the ones. They're actually red onyx.
Oh, they were red onyx. Yeah. Oh wow. And have those in between each one. 5.
That's a lovely idea. I like that. Quite subtle, but
very, very subtle.
Quite a big impact as well.
Well, because you've got the reflective quality of the sterling silver, that they're just going to catch the light and just really, even though they're quite a subtle feel to them. I like the lattice work on there as well, because it just allows the skin tone to come through underneath as well. Totally agree.
So you get 5 of those. There's everything you're going to get, and we are going to give you a very, very impressive jewellery maker price this evening. Let's have a look at our star buy price for the charm collection. $7.95. This is sterling silver, and you've got that huge black onyx with the lobster claw clasp. And just to put Sarah's mind at rest, the reason everybody in the room is laughing is because producer Liam just did the strangest sounding sneeze you've ever heard, and that's why they're all laughing.
See, I can't hear that.
No. Everyone's chuckling. I thought maybe Sarah's getting paranoid about.
After many a year of standing here, I don't get worried about the giggling that goes on behind that.
You're used to it now. You know what? At these kind of prices, if they didn't laugh, they'd cry.
You know, I've actually paid more for a charm like that elsewhere. I think I paid about 3 times the amount that that whole bundle's on screen.
Actually, even at 3 times the price, it's not that bad. I know because now we're sort of
I know when Jewellery
conditioned.
Maker first started doing charms like this, we had some on the website, and I don't think they were onyx. I think they might have been Citrine or Smokey Quartz.
There was a green one.
And they were more than that, I think, for one charm on its own.
That goes to show how we've expanded,
a few years ago as well.
I know, I remember actually.
Yeah.
I think I remember.
And I think that the gemstones were smaller as well.
We have to move on because that's been a sell-out deal.
Wow.
You're not surprised really at that price,
I'm not surprised at all. I'm just
this is coming up. How about this, Sarah? In 10 minutes' time, we're going to bring everybody another wholesale bundle.
you know, I've so enjoyed all the gems I've worked with tonight.
Yeah.
This is just gorgeous as well.
Oh, I'm getting quite a lot of golden Labradorescence from the lemon quartz. Fantastic. Okay, so these are two very, very popular gemstones, and we are going to give you a wholesale deal in about 15 minutes time. Not long to wait for our next star buy. We're going to move on though. Congratulations to everybody who did get hold of the opal and the charms there though. Wow, wow, wow. That's all I can say about this. I think when you see the gemstone, you probably is the colour tone that most people associate with jadeite.
Yep.
It's jadeite green, if you like.
It's that classic Chinese green jade.
Yes, absolutely.
Jade colour that you're looking for in jadeite. So it's just that classic colour. It's amazing.
Couldn't agree more. It's almost the same sort of colour tone that you get from like chrysoprase, the green and golden tone together.
It is, yeah, very, very similar sort of tone, but it's got a different, it's got that waxy lustre to it. That
Absolutely.
only comes from jadeite.
It's got that different sort of opaqueness to it. Yeah, absolutely. I love this gemstone. The colour tone, it's so fresh, but again, it depends what you match it up with, doesn't it?
Oh, I'm looking at that.
Yeah. Is that the combo? So maybe use it as the spacers, so just alternate between the two. Would that work? I think, yeah. Break it up a little bit.
Yeah, I can see that sort of, if you were to take so 1.25mm wire, take it into like a choker, into a torque style, have the large quartz there, then wire work in between and create like a bib style effect with those at the bottom.
I like that.
Very nice.
That sounds fantastic. 100 carats of jadeite here. This is our superstar buy coming up in an hour, so not long to wait for that now. And I'm being told that we have to give you an exclusive price reduction on this, so we have to honour a previous reduction. Currently available for $15.95, but we're not staying there. For the next 60 minutes, we're going to give you an exclusive reduction, but only for the last in stock. It will return to that price if there's any left in stock at 8:45. $9.95. We've taken it down to. It's another hefty saving.
That's an amazing.
For another very, very popular gemstone. Lots and lots of people getting involved with this deal. And in fact, I'm hearing this could be another sellout deal tonight. I think people might miss out. Make sure you're checking out if you're adding this to your basket. As I say, we can only offer you these price reductions for 60 minutes, down from $15.95 to $9.95. 6mm rounds, I suppose, can be used in very similar ways to the smaller, but they're going to make a bigger impact.
They just have a slightly bigger impact. Again, you can still use these to create your BDBs. They just have that bit more of a wow factor. Bigger, but you can use them in so many different ways. We can use them on their own. You can wire wrap them. You can use them as spacer beads. You can use them with spacer beads. You can use them if you want to make the wrap style bracelets, and you actually want to put them in between two pieces of leather.
Yeah, I like that.
And because it's quite a sort of unisex tone, I can see this working if you had some of that sort of tan leather or the dark brown leather, and actually make a gentleman's piece of jewellery with it, because it's got that kind of, it allows it, with it being very a natural colour, to be able to be used.
It's quite a pastel tone, isn't it? Well, we've gone global on that deal, so some of those heading over to the States, so congratulations to Charity in Florida. Just goes to show how good the value is. And we're going to move on, sorry. Ooh. Really? Okay, you're quite right then. Basically, my producer's advice is everyone needs to get on the phone lines right now, and he's just told me the price point, and he's right. Start dialing 0800 644 655. That is our free phone number here at Jewellery Maker. Alternatively, if you are logged in at jewellerymaker.com, get ready to add this to your basket, but also to check out, because I'm expecting to see a queue on the phone line, so if you leave it hanging around in your basket, you may well miss out on this deal. 45 carats of amethyst, 30 centimetre strand, classic amethyst purples, really. These are the colour tone you associate with the gemstone. The rondelles actually range in size from 3x2 up to 6x4, faceted to perfection, gorgeous colour tone. You've actually got a little bit of a range between the lavenders and the more intense purples there on this particular strand. And the price point is totally ridiculous. Everybody's already on the phone line, so my producer says he's putting that price point on there. I hope you haven't been dilly-dallying. $6.95.
Oh my
for
goodness.
30 centimetre strand of amethyst, giving you 45 carats in total. And again, because of the way these have been cut and faceted, they're almost halfway between a rondelle and a bicon, aren't they? They've got a slightly broader look to them.
They are. They are just going to go with any of your larger amethysts if you have any.
Yep.
But they're big enough to be a statement piece on their own. So they're just gorgeous, and I can see those. You know, the designer made with the purple quartz.
Yes.
If you wanted to replace those and have even more luster from that amethyst.
And even more luxury, I suppose, as well, because you've got
definitely.
amethyst and pearls, two classic gemstones. That would look fantastic. In fact, I think if everybody was to check out their basket right now, it would be a sellout deal. That's how quick you've got to act this evening here on Jewelry Maker, basically because of how good the deals are. So we are going to move on, I'm being told, just so nobody gets disappointed. Please make sure you check out your baskets if you've grabbed one of those. And, oh, yes. Now, I've been talking, well, that for me. There you go. Now, you were saying earlier that the design process takes longer than the technical process.
It does.
Not if you've got these two in your stash, I wouldn't have thought.
You know, that just is going to make that wow factor. You know, we know we don't like talking about Christmas at this time of year, but we have
Christmas
to because
design,
that's where we're designing for at this time of year. And I'm just looking at little black dress, and you know, times are a little bit tight, and you might think, I actually need to re-wear that little black dress I wore last year. And you can make yourself the most amazing piece of wow factor evening jewellery and have all of that look that the high streets are going to be putting out there at a fraction of the cost. You get to make your own design.
Yeah, exactly.
And you get to make that little black dress. And I can see, you know, you can get some really nice belts to go with dresses and things. And I can see I would actually want to sew these on in a design.
Nice.
Actually, like almost doing like a soutache design, but sewing them onto a belt to create that really wow factor sort of impact. And if you were wearing that with your little black dress for a party, I think it would just be amazing.
Buy two, make your own belt. You've got a 36 centimetre strand.
Definitely, yeah.
Depending on your waistline.
I don't know if it'll go around
two.
my waist, but you know.
Two? If you've got two, I'm thinking.
Possibly.
Wouldn't go around mine. I need 3. 65 carats in total. This is a very, very rich, almost reflective silver coating that you're getting here. It's more mirror-like than silver, isn't it?
And it's so party, little black dress, but you could use these in between other gemstones just to add that little pop. Instead of using a sterling silver spacer bead, why not use a gemstone instead?
Absolutely, I think that's how a lot of people approach pyrite these days, isn't it? Save money on your precious metals by working with a genuine gemstone that offers you the same effect. The range in size from 2x1 to 4x3, so quite delicate, perfect as spacer beads in fact. And here comes your price point. Once again, and add it to your order price of $6.95. It's going to go an awfully long way because you've actually got a 36 centimetre strand and fantastic impact from that metallic coating because of the way the rondelles have actually been faceted. So real high-end look and a huge impact within your designs. It doesn't matter whether you want to create just an everyday piece or whether you do want to enhance that LBD of yours over the festive period. It's got a huge amount of pyrite here, 65 carats in total for just $6.95. That's what we're all about here at Jewelry Maker, making genuine gemstones as accessible as possible and offering you creative opportunities, and I think that's what pyrite does with these coatings. Okay, that's a great idea actually. So somebody has texted in to say, can you show us 10 so they get an idea for how many they've got? That's a good idea. It's a good way of coming up with how many you get. Oh, look at that. I was being really... So that's 10. And then if I hold those 10 like that, is that right? Yeah. Then you can see how many gemstones you've got if you pull out. Probably like
80 to 100?
Yeah, I was thinking 80 to 100 on there, easily.
Yeah.
20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, 50's got me back, well, not even halfway, so I reckon you've got about 100 gemstones on there. We're going to move on. That's proved to be very, very popular. And this is a chance to bring you gorgeous sky blue topaz. Now, rather large carat weights here because of, well, the size of the gemstones, massive cushion cut gemstones, classic checkerboard faceting. I'm thinking cocktail style rings actually.
Could be asymmetric style, well not asymmetric but sort of almost what am I trying to think of? Art Deco style neckline pieces, made with wire. They would look amazing with those, and have them sort of set in frames made out of the wire in the same shape.
Nice.
They would look.
So it's almost like you're creating a bezel setting for the topaz themselves.
But they would still be able to move freely within that sort of setting.
Oh
so they catch
that's
the light.
nice. You get a little bit of adjuration. I like that. Now, I would probably suggest that this is up there with the likes of amethyst and aquamarine in terms of people's awareness of the gemstone, heavily used by high street jewellers, and it tends to be this colour tone. I know that London blue topaz is, you know, the more revered variety, but you know, the price is reflective there. You often have to pay rather large sums to get London blue into your collection. Swiss blue topaz or sky blue topaz tends to be more heavily available on the market. And actually it's a gemstone that we did struggle to source for the first couple of years here at Jewellery Maker, mainly because, well, all the big jewellery designers out there were snapping it all up. We were competing, well, with ourselves really, because there's a lot of topaz jewellery designs on our sister channel, Gems TV. But these days, because of the way we've expanded, because of the buying power, we can now source rather impressive carat weights of your Swiss blue topaz. 80 carats in total here. Pretty classic cut really, because you've got your checkerboard faceting and a cushion cut. Now they range in size from 7 to 11 millimeters, and I just heard the fateful words, let's have a look at the should be price. That means I think that we're about to give you an exclusive price reduction on blue topaz. So it's already at $17.95. That's pretty impressive. We're talking about like 25p a carat, well less than that in fact, already for blue topaz. This is one of those gemstones which again I think is going to attract attention to your stall if you are working with this gemstone, because people are aware of it and they want to have it in their collection. My producer is giving us lots of well, what is it, get outs, because he's saying I don't agree with this, but I have to honour it. He's not responsible for this price slash, but he's not, well, he's worried, but I'm not, because it just makes topaz even more accessible. It gives you the chance to work with this very popular gemstone, and we've just put £5 back in your pocket. Perfect. Actually, earlier on this evening we were talking about, you know, planning a little bit ahead, starting to think about the winter season.
Yeah.
Definitely. Those icy
you
blues
might be thinking
there.
Springtime as well with that sort of, you know, sort of blues coming through. And I love the saturation of blue on the strand. It's got a really good saturation of blue, so it's going to allow you to work it with, if you manage to get the sapphires earlier, or if you just want to keep it really classic. I'm just thinking, actually, do you know what, those would look amazing with those opals?
The opal.
Just had, you know,
fantastic.
I think
that's a great combination, isn't it? And actually here you've sort of ticked off another birthstone as well, because this is November's birthstone. So if you do plan on creating something beautiful for a loved one or a relative or a friend for their birthday in November, this could be the strand for you. Nobody needs to know that you got it at a clearance price of $12.95, and well, it's not going to be reflected anyway if you're making a gift for somebody. All that's going to be shown is that you were thinking about them, you invested in their birthstone.
Do you know, that's the thing I love about genuine gemstone jewellery. You know, you can gift it away. You know, it hasn't, you know, if you're making as a hobby, you know you can gift pieces away that haven't cost you an absolute fortune to make, but you shows how much you care for somebody.
Them. Yep. I think that those are the kind of gifts that actually stick with people, don't they?
They do. And it's, you know, it's like when I used to make cards, and I still do for Christmas. People keep them for years, and they come back out every year as an ornament. They go back up on the mantelpiece.
Oh, actually, you know what? I get these cards from, you know, the internet sites where you can personalise the cards, and they're all still up for like the last 3 years in my house, because, well, loads of thought have gone into it from my family, so why not keep them? $12.95 for that one. I'm going to have to end that one there, I'm afraid. Don't forget that price reduction only available for 60 minutes. We're going to move on because it's time now for another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewelry Maker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion it's a wholesale bundle. So we've taken two popular gemstone strands and we've bundled them together to create this discount code. Now the second the code hits the screen, you can start to dial that free phone number to get involved, or alternatively you can click to buy now at jewelrymaker.com. When you see the price point, well, you're going to be more than impressed, I would say, because we have got two very, very popular gemstones here. Beautiful Labradorite, which has of course been voted as our favourite gemstone for the last 2 years. But for me, with this particular strand, it's about the cut rather than just the Labradorescence, because we're going to see the Labradorescence on all varieties of this gemstone, but look at this very unique cut. It's a sort of coin-like shape. Oh, they are classified as coins. There you go, got something right for once. They range in size from 5mm to 7mm, and you'll see the way it actually allows the Labradorescence to come out at different angles on each gemstone, which I really like because, well, it gives you a slightly different finish to your design, I think. I mean, you've got to maybe search for the Labradorescence a little bit more. I think that's going to add to the sort of mystique that you get from the gemstone. You can see there's lots of Labradorescence here. So you've got violet tones, look at that. Look at that, beautiful. Got lime greens there. Oh, look at that, golden tones. Fantastic, the way the facets are dictating the way the Labradorescence actually comes to the surface of the gemstone. Fantastic, and it's that optical effect that makes the gemstone so popular with so many jewellery makers. On top of that, we have matched it up with this beautiful, absolutely gorgeous citrine, which is the other of November's birthstones. So if you just got hold of the topaz, then this might be the perfect addition. And I'm just grabbing Sarah's designs here because I want to be able to provide you with a little bit of inspiration, because this is going to be a popular bundle. We've got a little bit more stock than we have on some of our previous bundles, and the combination is gorgeous. You don't have to use them together, of course. They do look rather fantastic though, I have to say, because you're almost getting the golden Labradorescence coming through when you match them up with November's birthstone of citrine. Just to be clear, in case anybody's getting confused, November has two birthstones, topaz and citrine. And have a look at this. So you can see here the effect you can get. Oh, I like that. So you've actually created a design that has a little bit of movement there. See, these ones spin round, and so you can experience different colours of Labradorescence from different angles.
When you wear it, it will move, and those will sort of just twist naturally against your neckline, so they will actually catch that Labradorescence. Wow. And you don't need many because that's the nature of the gemstone.
Absolutely.
And then when I use the citrine down there in that bracelet,
that is beautiful.
They just came to life against the golden wire.
Absolutely. The form is actually more of the design. The gemstones just look at home inside the design, don't they?
Just there to add that tone into those spaces created by the wire, and the gemstone almost fills that space with the golden tone.
Well, you can rely on the faceting then, can't you, to pick up the light tone.
And to use those, you know, with some smaller gemstones just to create that little wave. It just, you know, I've just loved all the gemstones I've worked with tonight. They've just been amazing. Absolutely fantastic. And they all mix and match beautifully as well. All the bundles do mix and match really nicely. I think that if you've managed to grab all of the clearance bundles we've put together, you've actually got a very complimentary gemstone selection when you get them home, haven't you? This is called Breaking Sun. You can see why actually. Again, you've got that golden tone that you might associate with like a winter sun, something like that, and then it's beautifully mirrored in the Labradorescence that you get from these coins. If you want to get involved, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number, because here comes your price point. $8.95. These are normally $6.95 each per strand. Buy one, get one for £2. That's a Gems of Distinction strand of citrine. You got 40 carats on that strand, effectively for £2. You know, I've got loads in my tray, and I didn't take them all off the strand. I've got loads in there. I've probably got.
Look at that.
I've probably used about 3 inches worth of gemstones. Well,
it's not as though you haven't set any into this design either. No. You know, they are making a huge impact on this design, yet you've still got lots left on the strand.
I've got probably about 3 or 4 inches worth of the strand actually in my beading tray as well.
They're huge in length, actually, these strands. Must be at least 30 centimetres, I would say.
I think I used 20 gemstones around the front of that bracelet. I think I counted them out, so it was about 20, I think.
There you go, and you've still got probably about half the strand left. Absolutely fantastic. Gorgeous Labradorescence, and effectively a clearance deal. Buy one, get one for £2. Whichever way you look at it, because normally they're both $6.95, which, again, represents the best value on the market. But as part of this particular Star Buy deal, you're getting a real bargain there. $8.95 for your Citrine and your Labradorite coins. We are going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. In fact, sorry. Oh yes, I will make everybody aware of that. I know it's going to be popular, and because of the amount of work that's gone into creating this rose gold and amethyst toggle clasp, have a look at this. So it's 95 sterling silver with rose gold plating, and then you've got the 3 amethysts set into the heart design. I don't know why I'm bothering trying to do that. There we go, look at that. I love that. We'll have a proper look at that at around about 8:30. It is going to be your first chance to get hold of that, and I think it's probably going to be your last chance, so make sure you've got your phone in your hand as we approach 8:30. But don't worry, because when we return from our break, we'll still have more deals to bring you. Don't move a muscle.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidurist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay is doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now, each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting Paula McKay Accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the final hour of the Late Show with me, Ed, and the lovely Sarah. You okay?
I'm very well, thank you.
Having fun?
Yes, I've had just an amazing time. Yeah.
Well, we have still got some exciting opportunities to bring to you. In fact, coming up, I'll show you this first because it's coming up at 8:45 as our superstar buy this evening. Gorgeous rainbow coated crackled quartz, 16mm round, so huge impact from these gemstones. Pretty much everything you could desire. You've got the huge size, massive carat weights, then you've got the texture of the crackled effect, and you've got that gorgeous colour play, which I'm not sure what's coming through on screen, but it's definitely there. They're like big bubbles, basically. So those are coming up at the end of the show. I know they're going to be popular. The rainbow coated quartz has always been popular. Very rarely do we see these big impact sizes, 16mm. We've actually already, in fact, I'll just grab the design because it's a much easier way to show you this beautiful toggle clasp. And there you go. So we've already actually touched on this. Sarah used it in one of her earlier designs. Rose gold plated sterling silver, but set into that design 3 amethyst. I mean, I'm thinking, why not just... Oh yes, my apologies, there's 4 amethysts. I'm doing it a disservice. You've got another amethyst set into the actual toggle. I'm just thinking, get it now for Valentine's. You might as well stock up now on these items.
I mean, if you wanted to, you could keep the heart shape, use it as a charm, and then if you wanted to, if you bought 2 of them, you could use the T-bars for the back of cufflinks.
I was thinking the same thing actually. I was getting 2 of these because I want the toggles on my cufflinks.
You may find that you've got another clasp you could use the T-bar with.
Yes.
That will fit through another clasp, and then you've got a heart-shaped charm as well.
Fantastic.
I
Great idea.
absolutely
So
love
really, we're thinking you got to multi-buy this one. Oh, and actually, this would be fantastic on some little dangly earrings because it's like off-centre, the heart itself, so it's got a bit of character to it as well. Fantastic, and of course, if you've got a bit of movement, people will be able to notice those intense purples from your amethysts as well.
I know, and can I just say, the workmanship and the quality of this, because it's just amazing.
I can actually show you that if I turn it that way, because you can see the thickness of the silver.
But the prongs are so delicate, but so well set. And
there's no chance those amethysts coming out of there anytime soon. No, absolutely. Okay, so that's coming up in 15 minutes time, but we've got a lot of deals to bring you. So, a double deal on peridot. Absolutely fantastic. How long are these strands? No. Are they? You're probably right. You're probably right. You usually are. Okay. So that's 30. Oh, okay. Well, I've got it at like 37 centimetres, but a conservative estimate is 34 centimetres. It just felt really long. They are long, aren't they?
Really long.
Maybe it's the intensity of the colour that's like elongating the strand, but it's incredible quality of peridot. I mean, look at that. This is one of the most intense colour tones you could actually see in any gemstone. It actually occurs naturally. This colour, peridot, you find it this colour. In fact, we found samples of peridot on Mars. Yes, very impressive gemstone. It's the only gemstone other than diamonds that actually forms in the mantle of the Earth's crust. So you can imagine you know, the intense pressures and temperatures that it's actually gone through in its formation, but they are definitely mirrored in the colour tone you get in the peridot. Very, very rich, and of course when it's faceted, because you've got this fantastic clarity on these samples, I mean, it's just sparkling like there's no tomorrow, as if the colour tone wasn't intense enough. When the light's being picked up by the gemstone, it's almost like it's glowing, isn't it? It's like kryptonite.
It is. It's got this most amazing internal sort of glow that comes through. And it's got lemons and limes, and it's all zesty and fresh.
Absolutely.
And just alive. I just, you know, I absolutely love this. It's like fresh mown spring grass. It's got all of that with the dew on it in the morning. When the sun's hitting it, it's got all of those colours coming through. It's just amazing. A
perfect description. Now, normally each of these strands would be $27.95. You can see that this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. This is probably the highest quality peridot I've ever seen here on Jewellery Maker, and I don't say that lightly. That's ridiculous. Buy one, get one for £4.
That.
And actually, as we do move into the autumn and the winter months, people tend to wear more muted tones, don't they? More of their greys and their... And so often it can be your accessories, your jewellery, that actually injects a bit of colour into your outfit, isn't it?
But Smoky Quartz with this is amazing.
Oh, that's lovely.
Because it just works really well. But if you manage to get the previous bundle with the Labradorite and the Citrine?
The Citrine,
yes,
yeah.
That will work beautifully with it, as will the Labradorite. You know, and it's one of these gemstones that just takes so many other colours next to it, just beautifully. You can use it with all your different colours of metals, and it just works so, so well. It's got such a life of its own that even if you only put 4 or 5 into a design, it will pop and zing.
You're actually, I'm just thinking, are you saving £10 on each strand here? You are, aren't you? Yeah. So normally it'd be $27.95. Effectively, you're getting each one for £16 each tonight. So you're saving £20 on this bundle. That's about right, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Over £20 in fact. I don't know why I'm asking. I'm quite good at maths. There we go. £32. So that's £16 per strand. Normally there'd be $27.95, but you can see it's top quality peridot. No real difference here between the peridot that you would see set into 9-carat gold elsewhere.
There isn't. And if you've ever bought any sort of charms with peridot set into it, you know, those high-end charms, I'm sure this is, to my eye, has got more colour and more life and light to it than anything I've ever seen on the high street. It's just amazing. Highest
quality peridot I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker, and a true clearance. So look at that. Okay, I've fallen in love with it, but so has everyone else. It's flying out the door, so we can move on, and we'll do number 5. So this is your clear quartz, faceted rounds. Again, an essential for a lot of jewellery makers. It offers you that neutrality, so it makes it the perfect accent stone, but because you've got the faceted variety here, you've got that traditional sparkle that you'd associate with, well, I suppose traditionally diamonds, but clear quartz offers you that same look, doesn't it? Only without the very high price point, I suppose. And of course, because it's a little more readily available, we can offer you much larger carat weights. 150 carats on each strand here, so 300 carats of clear quartz. And these are 8mm rounds, so as we discussed earlier, very easy to work with, very easy to incorporate into your designs, no matter what discipline you're working within. Your classic 8mm faceted rounds are usually going to fit the bill, and with clear quartz, you know they're going to go with any other gemstone. Normally $7.95 per strand, so if you wanted to get 300 carats, normally it'd be $15.90, already incredible value, but tonight as part of this clearance double deal, we're taking that price point down to Bargain Town. $9.95, buy one, get one for £2. That's ridiculous, isn't it, when you've got 150 carats of faceted clear quartz. Now, we actually did touch on this right at the start of the show, but I think a lot of people are a little bit blasé about a quartz because traditionally, I suppose, even when you're taught at school about different rock formations and what have you, and obviously there's a lot of jewellery makers out there who are very passionate about geology. So they're thinking, well, quartz, it's one of the most common elements in the Earth's crust, so it must be quite easy to get hold of, but in order to find quartz of this quality that can be polished and faceted and provide you with that clarity and that neutrality isn't as easy as it sounds. And to give you this kind of carat weight, 300 carats for £10, absolutely ridiculous. We are going to move on. We've got lots to get through during this clearance segment, and we're now going to... It's a double deal. Oh, right, okay. It's 2 different strands. We have gone to town here tonight. We've had, well, 4 of the big 5, but we've had them
Lots of
multiple times. Yeah, exactly. Had sapphires. Well, we had all 4 of the big 5 in one item, didn't we, at one point? That was amazing. Maybe you missed out on that deal. Maybe you're passionate about emerald. You know, often some of the more well-known and more, I suppose, luxury-orientated gemstones, like your rubies and your emeralds, are items that people just feel they're never going to have the opportunity to own, but you can here at Jewelry Maker. And here we've got 2 different varieties. So we've got this beautiful, consistent colour here, and then we've got the shaded variety. So that's almost like just visiting every emerald mine on the planet, or every region you find emeralds. What's happened, sir? Is it number 9? Yes, I see what's happened. Oh no, it's still different. Sorry. Which one should you get, sir? Okay, we're going to try and find out. Apparently there shouldn't be 2 different strands, it should just be a traditional double deal. Okay, the shaded one shouldn't be here. I should just have 2 of this one. My apologies. Sorry. When I look at all of the products on the show, I have little tiny pictures to deal with.
Oh, it's so small.
Yeah, and it looked like this. It did look like that was the deal. Basically, you're going to get this twice. So it's just an error. It's a human error in our warehouse. This is what's come down, so our apologies. You get this twice. Actually, that could be more useful to a lot of jewelry makers. You've got the consistency of the colour.
Definitely. It's one of those things that if you're making, you know, a 2-row bracelet or neckline piece, and you want that consistency of tone in that piece, this is brilliant. You may already have at home some of the shaded emerald anyway, so you may be able to want to mix and match that in.
You might want to mix it with a different gemstone anyway,
You know, that citrine in that bundle, or some pearls, or the peridot we just had.
I was going to say, I was thinking the peridot, because the 2 green tones together, that is a very definitive peridot green, and that is probably the classic emerald green, isn't it, really?
It is, and the 2 are just work so beautifully together. I love mixing tone on tone.
I'd get some amethyst in there as well, personally.
Yes, definitely.
I love purples and greens together.
Full on Wimbledon colours.
Yes, or the colour of my parachute. It was purple and green. I was like, yes, peridot and amethyst.
But they are so what I would call a classic emerald colour.
Yes, they are, aren't they?
What you, if you have ever gone to buy an emerald ring or a pair of earrings and you've looked in a jeweller's window, this would be the colour that you would be hankering after.
Yeah, so
you would expect
it's what you'd associate naturally with the gemstones, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to give you a huge price reduction. Normally you get 20 carats for 47, is that right? Okay, 2 strands is normally $95.90. We just took it down to $64.95, so we're just giving you a £30 saving. Don't forget, you get 2 of these, so it's this, but twice.
The only piece of emerald I ever owned before Jewelry Maker was a really small ring, and it had little tiny marquise cut in it, set into gold.
Oh, lovely.
And I bought it at a duty-free shop in the Caribbean, so it was supposed to be really discounted. And it cost an absolute arm and a leg.
Oh, right, okay.
So
it wasn't very discounted in the end.
But compared to what I would have paid in the UK, probably.
Yes.
But you're just getting an amazing deal. If this is your birthstone as well, which it is, and it's my birthstone, it's a May birthstone. Yeah.
It's my sister's as well.
You know, why not just treat yourself to that full suite of jewellery? You're going to get 2 strands for this price. You're going to be able to make yourself a full suite of jewellery, and if you happen to know anybody else with a May birthday, you'll be able to make them earrings or...
well, it seems like a considered price point, I suppose, but actually for what you're getting, it's ridiculous value.
It is.
We saw, didn't we, we were talking about that report in the Financial Times earlier in the year saying that some of the Colombian emerald mine owners were charging $5,000 for 9 carats of rough.
Yeah.
Here you've got 20 carats. Yes, it's Zambian emerald, but for $64.95 you can't go wrong, can you?
Look at the depth of the tone and the quality of that gemstone, and that price. If you just do some research on emeralds, set into jewellery, have a look. If you can find it in if you can find it on your high street, fantastic. Do your research on the high street, but you may have to look on the internet. But do your research and have a good look.
Oh yeah, you won't be disappointed when you see the kind of price points you can pay for emerald jewellery elsewhere. And actually we're going to go from one end of the green gemstone spectrum to the other. So we've dealt with those very rich forest greens that you get with your emerald and those vibrant lime greens that you get from your peridot. Now we've got those subtle pastel tones that you would associate with Amazonite. So there you go, the full spectrum of greens there. Maybe you do want to mix them up. You were saying it's nice to put those same tones on top of one another. I mean,
it is.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
You could do that tone on tone, but also with Amazonite, it actually brings you into the blue spectrum as well. It sort of brings you into your turquoises, and it brings you into that spectrum. So you can really then take it right across those two spectrums of colour. So you've got your greens and your blues that you bring together.
That's a great suggestion. Now this is another double deal. So again, we've doubled it up. Of course, the other consideration with that is not just that you're getting a wholesale deal, but of course we halved our stock level, so it makes it a little bit limited as well. So if you do like to work with Amazonite, then please start dialing early. We are going to give you an exclusive clearance price this evening, only available for the next 60 minutes. You've actually got 90 carats on both strands here. They're top drilled drop, so very traditional cut for us here at Jewellery Maker. Should be $12.95 normally per strand, which makes it $25.90, but that's not your price point tonight. We're going down to $14.95.
Both of them?
Yep. Buy one, get them for £2. It's totally ridiculous, really. This is what we're all about here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, providing you with the best value on the market for genuine gemstones, and it's because we are passionate about responsibly transferring Mother Nature's creations, but also about making genuine gemstones more accessible. There seems to be, I suppose, this feeling within the industry that it's important to make people think that these luxury items can't be owned by everybody, but they can.
And it's, as a jewellery maker, I do my research and I look for other suppliers of gemstones that are ready to be strung.
Yep.
And I'm always shocked. I've found some that are, half strand sizes for more money than Jewellery Maker, possibly the same as a full length. There might be 3 or 4 inches on a strand, or 4 or 5 gemstones on a strand.
Well, there's a customer on Facebook who told me that exact same story. She thought she'd outdone me. This is her words. She's like, I thought I'd beat you. They had the tassels. Yeah. So she was like, that's where Jewellery Maker get them from. And it was £2 cheaper on this website than we had offered on the show. When she got it, it was a 2-inch strand, and we were obviously doing a 30-centimetre strand for £2 more.
It's so, you just have to be so careful when you're doing your research, because it may be, I've done it before, I've gone, that's a great price. It was a single gemstone.
Really?
Not a strand. It was showing a strand as a picture, but in the description you've got one.
You don't know where the websites are based, and there's different sort of advertising laws on different websites. You're never going to have that here at Jewellery Maker. We give you as much information as we can. 22-centimetre strands here, and the gemstones themselves vary in size from 7 to 10 mil. Normally $12.95 per strand, but tonight buy one get one for £2. We've got to move on. That's another clearance double deal. We're going to continue with the double deals, but this is the final opportunity. Wow.
Ooh.
I'm just thinking, with the rainbow quartz coming up here, all of a sudden we've got the accent, haven't we? The faceted barrels. Is that what they? Oh yeah, look at that.
Isn't that amazing?
I'm remembering all of the cuts we have. After all, it is my job. Look at that. I mean, that actually looks almost like a design. I know that it probably wouldn't work logistically, maybe. Would it?
Probably would work. You might have to wire them so that they will stay in position, so they won't float around
so
the neckline.
Don't move. Yeah.
But that's not a problem to do. will create a great sort of almost like a collar.
Yeah, that's what I was actually thinking. Yeah, no, it looks great.
Do you know that's got that red carpet factor about it, because it's got so much shine, so much sparkle, but then you've got those tones coming through on the mystic coating of the larger ones underneath. And I'm seeing loads of pink tones, and I don't know where the pink's coming from.
Do you know what? I was just thinking that exact same thing myself. I was thinking, why is it all purple and fuchsia?
And I don't know where that tone's coming from.
Is it this purple quartz over this side of the desk that's giving us that?
I don't know. It's just it might be in the lights or something,
Yeah,
but it's
maybe.
it's creating lots of pink there, and then you've got that ice tones on top, which is just creating those lovely sparkle. What an amazing.
This particular strand is coming up in about 15-20 minutes time, so not long to wait before our superstar buy. Right now we're going to give you a double deal. This is actually over 200 carats of clear quartz. Normally there'd be $7.95 each per strand, $15.90, but tonight buy one, get one for £2, £10 for both strands. Now, if you are interested in putting together bridal commissions, they're perfect, aren't they? But actually, I think as we approach the winter months, that sort of icy sparkle is going to become more and more popular. Well, for winter events and black tie events, this is a classic look, isn't it?
It is, and just those set into earrings is an amazing look. They catch so much light.
It simple.
They catch so much light because of the facets and the way the shape of the gemstone, that barrel shape. It creates so much sparkle, and these are just going to, you can get all those designs in your synthetics in your high street department stores, but these are going to last you. And if you decide this season's design that you made it for this ball, for this season, you're going to sort of white or black tie-do.
Yep.
You might decide, well, actually I've worn them for that design, I can now change them and
that's the beauty of jewellery making, isn't it? Because once you've invested in your gemstones, you're not stuck with it for life.
But
if you feel like breaking a design down and starting again, you can. But mind you, like you're saying.
But those prices you're not going to, you're probably going to keep those and just make another
some
design.
More, yeah. Fantastic. $9.95 is a clearance deal, only available for the next 60 minutes or more likely while stocks last. Another essential item for jewellery makers. Well, because again, you've got the classic sparkle and that neutrality. We are going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. I think it's time to bring you our amethyst clasp as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. This is actually our final star buy of the evening, because after this we'll only have the exclusive launch of our superstar buy to bring you, and that is fast approaching. Probably about 8:45, 10 to 9 we'll be able to bring you this opportunity, the 60mm rounds, and I promise you they are rainbow coated, even though it's not coming through on screen. It's very frustrating because there's a real rainbow of colour tones. A lot of golden, purple, pinks, blues going on there, so it is all there for you. But right now we're going to bring you another launch, but I am really a little bit nervous about this. I think this is going to be a sellout. We've already discussed ways that you could use these. Well, you don't have to use them as a traditional clasp, basically. You could maybe use the heart shape for earrings or charm designs, keep the T-bar for maybe your cufflink designs, if that's something that takes your fancy. In fact, this is a much better way of demonstrating, because Sarah's already used this in a design. You get 4 amethysts, 3 set into the heart, 1 set into the T-bar itself, so you can see that there. And I have to say, I think there's going to be a lot of multi-buys here. For me, it's got Valentine's written all over it. You've got to be stocking up for Valentine's down that.
I see Valentine's and I see bridal.
Yes.
Seeing those high-end commissions where people want that extra bit of luxury on their piece of jewellery, and they just, they're not going to settle for anything else, and they want that little bit of an extra designer tweak.
Yeah.
This has got that in bucket loads completely.
Absolutely.
If I had that and I showed it to one of my customers when I was making a commission and said, would you like me to add that onto that piece of jewellery? They snap my hand off for
absolutely.
it. And you can add that price onto your jewellery and more, and have a really happy customer who's gone away with that really
they feel like they have got a high-end bespoke piece of jewellery. That attention to detail sets it apart from other pieces they'll have seen elsewhere, but also you're adding value because it's rose gold plated sterling silver, and it's got the gemstones set into the actual well, I suppose the mechanics of the piece. So it's a clasp, but also it's adding value to your design.
And I know a lot of people will buy jewellery based on the fact of what the clasp looks like, not what the piece of jewellery looks like. I've seen people do that. Yeah, I've seen people pick things up and look at the clasp and then go, oh yeah, that's great.
Is that to decide, you know, what standard the design is being used at? So if it's a base metal, they think, oh, I don't want to invest in that. But when they see,
I don't know. I think sometimes it's an interesting clasp because you know it's one of those things that it just adds that extra interest. I mean, you can have a pearl bracelet, but then if it spins round and you've got this beautiful clasp sitting on there, that is just completely, to me, if I saw one with just a standard clasp and one with that one, I'd want that one.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want
you're
the
right.
other one. I'd want that one.
And the interesting thing about this is, depending on what kind of design you create, this could have quite a traditional vintage look to it, or you can play on the fact that it's off-centre and use it in quite a contemporary design. So again, it's providing you with creative opportunities as well, I think.
I think with it being the rose gold as well, it's got quite a little bit of vintage appeal about it. But it also, if it will cross between people who would normally wear the silver tones, the gold tones, they're quite happy to wear a rose gold tone. And
Absolutely.
I think it's very, very feminine having the rose gold tone there as well.
Yeah, so we always say that, don't we? It's versatile because it adds warmth to certain designs and adds femininity to others. So really you're ticking every box here, and this is a class. So normally the sort of afterthought really for a lot of jewellery designers, they're more concerned about the technique or the actual gemstones, but here it's the clasp that's becoming the feature of your design. Now these are literally flying out the door, so if you do want to get involved, please make sure you're dialing that free phone number right now. Lots and lots of people multi-buying this. That's the clasp that you're going to get, and you can see the way the gemstones are actually set into surface. They almost look like little flowers, actually.
They do, don't they? There's little prongs making them look like little flowers.
Yeah, they do. It's very romantic feel to this. I think you've got to be stocking up here for Valentine's Day. All the girls in the office were going a little bit excitable about this particular clasp. They all want it on there. It's like you say, when people lay eyes on that clasp, they're going to want the piece of jewellery.
And you can keep your design quite simple. So if you bought the emeralds in that double bundle and you want to keep it quite classic, but had a little touch of the floral to it, put this clasp on there. You've got the sterling silver underneath, but then you've got that precious metal and you've got gemstones set into there. You're just ticking all the boxes.
It actually just becomes a selling point of the piece of jewellery you create, doesn't it?
It does, and it's just high end on high end on high end. It's just amazing to me. It just ticks all the boxes.
There you go. Okay, lots and lots of people already getting involved. We do have a slightly higher stock level than we have had on some of our deals tonight. This is a premiere launch, and we're going to give you an exclusive launch price this evening. Here it comes. $12.95. That's rose gold plated sterling silver with 4 amethysts set into the clasp itself. You're going to make your money back on the price point you achieve on your design, aren't you? Because people are going to see that you're working to a slightly higher standard than other crafters out there, because you're offering them this level of opulence and detail even within their clasp.
I think that's just an amazing price. So much sterling silver in that clasp as well.
3 grams, in fact, of rose gold plated sterling silver there.
That's more than you'd get in a ring if you actually bought a sterling silver ring.
You're right, actually.
It's more silver than you would get in that, which is just amazing.
It's a really impressive piece, isn't it? I mean, for me, even if you don't have a design in mind, you've got to have one of those in your stash. I'm just thinking there is going to be a Valentine's commission and you're going to be kicking yourself that you didn't add this to your collection.
Buying this for yourself, why not make it so that when you put it onto a neckline piece, you can take it off and put it onto a different neckline piece? So maybe put 2 little lobster claws. So you can take the clasp off and put it onto another piece. So you can have,
I like that.
Keep this, you know.
So a detachable clasp.
Why not?
So that you can make a feature of other designs. That is a great idea. And if you are getting just one of these, you want to be able to make a feature of it in multiple designs, don't you? Because it has such a huge impact.
Yeah, definitely, and I would be wanting to wear this on every piece of jewellery I own. So
no, I think I agree with that idea. That's a fantastic way to look at it.
Yeah,
put those 2 lobster claw clasps on, and you can move it from design to design.
On all sorts of different pieces of jewellery. Why not?
Great idea. $12.95. If you are placing this in your basket, please make sure that you check out to avoid disappointment. Can't guarantee this price at 9 AM tomorrow morning. This is our exclusive launch price. Hopefully it'll be honoured in case you missed the show. But if you are able to get hold of this evening, then I would absolutely be grabbing that with both hands. $12.95 for rose gold plated sterling silver heart-shaped clasp set with amethyst, ticking every box. Now coming up in about 10 minutes time is our superstar buy. This will bring the show to a close tonight, and I think it's going to be another popular item. It's our rainbow coated crackled quartz, but in 16mm plain rounds. Again, ticking a lot of boxes for jewellery makers there and making a huge impact. It's coming up in about 10 minutes time. Before that, we're going to try to fit in as many add it to your order deals as we can. And where would you like to start? Producer Liam. Love it. Gorgeous. Again. So long, isn't it? I think it's probably because when we first started, the longest strand we did was around about 20 centimetres, and I still have that in my mind as the length, and so when you see something that's nearly 40 centimetres, you're always a bit blown away. And looking at it there, another classic combination for me, the tangerines and the lime greens. It's just gorgeous. Love it. You like that?
I do like
that. Very
that.
intense colours, but they work together.
Yeah, well, those colours together work brilliantly, and I'm just thinking if you were to put purple with that as well, put some amethyst in there, just have a really, really bright pop of colour. Or, you know, even to sort of put something like the purple quartz in there that's on the neckline piece.
Oh, yeah, there you
so,
go.
you know, you can get that real pop of bright colours coming together. And
Bit of colour blocking with the orange and purple, the classic colour blocking. I know.
Yeah.
I know all about Cheryl's moves.
You know, and you can really put all your different colours together. Don't be afraid of colour, because if you don't think you can wear bright sort of clashes of colours, blocks of colours next to each other in your clothing, why not do it in jewellery in a much more subtle way, but still be able to have that sort of high-end fashion feel.
That's a great idea. And also, I mean, you don't have to go in that direction. Maybe you want to create almost sort of fall colours. Maybe you want to use this with the smoky quartz and the pearls that we had.
Or keep
right
it
at the
really
start.
classic and just keep it in the family of gemstones and put those white opals we had
Yes,
earlier
why
with
not?
these.
Yeah, absolutely. That would work, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So many different opportunities when you're working with a gemstone that does offer you this intensity, because either you can use it as a sort of contrast against another colour, or you can use it as the sort of wow factor gemstone. 65 carats in total, faceted wheels or rondelles, depending on how you classify them. They love throwing me a curveball, don't they? They range in size from 3x1 to 5x2, and you get a 36 centimetre strand for $6.95. It's ridiculous. They're almost sort of Mexican fire opal colours as well, aren't they? You've got the graduation from the golden tones to the tangerines and the reds.
Amazing. Just absolutely so fiery hot. They're just like deep embers of a fire. They've just got all of that tone to them, and I think they're mesmerising. Like looking into a fire is really mesmerising. You just sit there looking into the heart of it.
You sit for hours, can't you? Yeah.
And these are just the same. They've just got that mesmerising quality to them. They're just, I love them.
Absolutely. I find, you know, when the gemstone does have that intensity, I can understand why it would inspire different designs. Maybe take you out your comfort zone, try something different. And that often is led by the gemstone, isn't it?
It is. You know, the gemstones quite often lead a design rather than you know, you might have a design in mind.
I've heard that a lot,
but then it changes because of the gemstone you're using, and it just flows into something different completely based on the gemstone, based on the colour, based on the size. And that just changes your whole aspect of the design. And some designers will always say, I didn't start out to make that.
I hear that regularly when I present the morning show. You say, oh, I was going to do this, but I've ended up doing this. And it's often the gemstone that leads you through that creative process.
Love Gemma's thought the other day. She said, don't think, just make. Because quite often we get hooked up into thinking too much about things and that, just let it go.
They say that in lots of different creative artists, don't they? You know, if you're doing like creative writing, you know, don't dwell on the blank page, just start writing something, and then once the ball's rolling, so that's a good technique to employ with your jewellery making as well. Okay, we've got to move on. Wow. Now. Wow. Oh, we've only got 12 remaining in stock. This is more of the trying to decide whether we should call it watermelon or aurora.
I'd call it tutti frutti.
Tutti frutti. We've got another variety now. So it's just because of the colour toning where it bleeds doesn't always give us that you know, classic distinction between the green and the pink that you associate with watermelon. You've got a few sort of teal colours in here as well, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got a lot of sort of petrol-y, teal-y colours coming through, which is just, I love that colour combination. It's just...
This has proved to be such a popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker, hasn't it?
And you know, there's colour blocking done for you. It's all in the gemstone. You just need to put it with some of those clear quartz barrels that we had earlier, and you've got a neckline piece ready to go. So very easy designs. Let the gemstones speak for themselves when they've got this much character.
Absolutely. And of course the beauty of this particular gemstone is that nobody can mistake it for a synthetic, because you can actually see the way the gemstone's formed. It tends to form around a little imperfection, a little inclusion, little something or other gets inside there, and the actual gemstone itself forms around the gemstone. So these are your top drill drops, but they are going to make a big impact. And actually, if you do use these as petals and flowers, it looks amazing, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I've seen people do it actually on the wirework designs. And actually, the first time we launched a strand of this on the Late Show, you were our expert designer that night, and I like what you did, because you mirrored the inclusion there using some wire, and it actually sort of highlighted.
And also mirrored the shape of the actual gemstone in the wire setting, so it just really creates, you know, you can be very organic with your wirework designs when you've got a shape like this and you've got that real organic nature of the gemstone. You can just really let that sort of be your influence, be your inspiration for the design.
There you go. Once again, the gemstone leading you through the creative process. Okay, we only have a few of these remaining, so we're down to single figures. Oh, that's why. I didn't realise the price point. £10 for 120 carats of your solar quartz, but this time in those plain droplets. But they're quite large, they're quite sizable. So even the smallest ones are 11 by 4 mil, the largest of which 21 by 6. I mean, that has to be the focal point of a design. That's got to be a pendant, hasn't it, really?
Oh yeah, or you know, we were talking about on the mid-show, on the Design and Inspiration show, about being influenced by sort of medieval designs for the chainmail designs. Can you imagine that as the front of one of those headdress designs?
Yeah, or even for like multicultural weddings, an Indian wedding, put out the headdress right in the centre. That would be gorgeous.
I know, they're just so versatile, they're lovely.
Fantastic. It looks like it's going to be a sellout, so we'll have to leave that one there. We're moving on. Is this what I think it is? Huh? Yeah. Amazing. This is some of the richest highlight I've seen.
Wow.
Do you know what it is that I looked at all the products from home this morning and this, I don't remember this one, but I feel like if I'd seen it, I should have done. It's amazing.
It is.
Really rich violet tones, the colour you would normally associate with this gemstone. Actually, its name derives from the Greek for violet. 65 carats in total. Love the look here. Rich colour tone, and actually it seems like that is coming across at home because we only have single figures available after launch. And it's only featured on the show when it was launched, and we are down to the final 8 strands. The gemstones themselves actually range in size from 6x5 to 12x9. I was going to attribute it only to the quality of the highlight, but actually now that I see the price point, that's probably influencing people's decision as well.
It almost has a feel from here of a really deep sapphire. It's got that look.
You know what? I actually thought that when I originally picked it up, and when I was told it was highlight, I was like, okay, we've only got one remaining in stock at $6.95, and I'm not surprised. Ridiculous quality of highlight and pretty fantastic price point there. I've got to move on, I'm afraid. Should we fit one more in? Okay. Is this Mexican fire opal? Oh, it must be, because I can see the effect. Look at that. You can just see the way the gemstone forms. Absolutely fantastic. Gorgeous graduation of the colour tones there, ranging again from the golden tones to the tangerines, and then you've even got those cherry reds. 10 carats in total, and they range in size from 3x2 to 7x5. So again, maybe you know somebody whose birthday's in October, but maybe they've never heard of the alternative varieties of opal. For me, I always think that fire opal is actually a more interesting variety. I know people fall in love with that classic pinfire, that swirl of colour. But for me, I can see those intense colour tones that you would normally associate with lava, and that is how this gemstone forms. And I just find that geologically so interesting that we've been able to retain the intensity of a volcanic eruption in a gemstone. That's how I view fire opal.
I just love the vibrancy of the colour. There's no shrinking violet there. It's just an amazing gemstone. And that vibrance, that life, it's just an amazing gemstone. I just love it. And I love all varieties of opal. And yes, I'm in love with the pinfire in the white opals, but I absolutely love the quality of all opals. And these, to me, just sing those hot fires. You can use them all together. Your smoky quartz will work beautifully, your citrines will work lovely, but also if you wanted to put that really bright peridot that we had earlier in there with that, it just would look amazing.
Oh yeah, it's the same combination as the carnelian, isn't it? Except
it works just as well, and
absolutely.
Almost even more vibrancy
better,
coming from the fire opal, isn't there? It's just
absolutely, I think it's more of a draw on the carnelian fire opal, I think. Could be wrong. Each to their own, I suppose. Some people are going to be drawn to carnelian. Some people
would work beautifully together as well. You know,
that's
you've got
true,
that
because you've got the different cuts as well, haven't you?
And you've got the sparkle and the fire coming from the carnelian, and then you've got that smoothness and colour tone coming through from your opal.
I like that. Good combo. Okay, let's get the price on screen. $14.95. Once again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range, which is our elite range of gemstones. It represents the highest possible quality we can source for you, and at $14.95 that is a real bargain. It's the only word to describe it. I don't like using that word very often when I'm talking about gemstones, but how else can you describe that? Absolutely phenomenal. If you want to add that to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now, or alternatively click to find out at jewelrymaker.com, but please make sure you check out your baskets to avoid disappointment. That is available right now for $14.95. Did you want to move on? Because I was thinking this is going to be pretty popular because it's Superstar Buy time. Welcome back to Jewelry Maker. Time now for our Superstar Buy. It will be our final shop opportunity of the evening. I know everybody's missed that one over the last 10 days. And basically, this is our most exclusive launch of the evening. It's a premiere launch. It's a gemstone that has always been popular since the first time we brought it to air. I remember that because I was in charge of the products at the time. I was the sales manager on the channel, and I have to say, this melted our phone on the first time we brought it on air. I think it was Lucy presenting the morning show. Rainbow coated quartz, unbelievable in terms of its popularity. And here we've got a huge impact from your 16mm rounds. I don't think it's going to make too much difference if I put it in the back of my hand trying to get the colour done. I just want to show everybody the rainbow coating, and we can see it apparently on our recording. So let's have a look at that then. Fantastic. Actually, it looks fantastic on that bust, doesn't it? Yeah, even there, it's not coming through with the same intensity that I've got.
You get the blues and the pinks.
Right, yeah, it's mostly pinks and purples and blues that I've got, but then I suppose from other angles you are getting the golden tones. Oh, we did get a bit there. Well done, Pete. Nice one. You're going to have to trust me on this one, I think, because it's not coming through, but I'm telling you, it's there. So me and Sarah wouldn't lie to you. Sarah and I wouldn't lie to you. Sorry. Got an English graduate as my producer, better get it right.
Okay.
16mm round, so a huge impact here. Let's get those graphics on screen so that you can start to add this to your order. 680 carats of rainbow coated crackled quartz. Now, I suppose part of the benefit to you as a jewelry maker of having a huge carat weight is that, I suppose, traditionally when you're selling your designs, you might not be selling to people who understand the amount of work and time and creativity that's gone into the design. They might want to equate the price point to more traditional offerings such as the carat weight or the metal you've used, this particular strand allows you to offer your customers huge carat weights, but of a gemstone that's adding texture, character, and is going to make a huge impact. I mean, what would you do with this gemstone, Sarah?
I would be tempted to almost cage wire wrap 3 of them possibly on top of each other to create like a long drop pendant.
That's nice.
Just keep it really simple and use 5 around the front of a neckline piece and put it onto some ribbon or cord if you want to just keep it a really simple design. Change the colour of the cord going through the gemstones. That will really add extra colour into that rainbow quality as well, and allow it to sort of pick up on the tone of the ribbon or the cord you're using in that design.
That's great.
Maybe put it into a sort of a macrame style bracelet, just maybe have one in the centre of a
I was going
macrame
to say,
style
you wouldn't
piece.
necessarily need lots of these, would you? Yeah.
You could do so many different things.
Almost like a watch face, I suppose it could be then, couldn't it? Yeah,
I mean,
that
you
would be
could set
good.
these into a wire wrap bangle. I mean, you could really go out there and have a really wow factor ring. Set one of these into a wire wrapped ring, but it would be quite substantial above the finger.
Oh, that's
it
a
would
great
set quite
idea,
high.
actually. That is a great way to really maximise on the profitability of the strand, if you can imagine.
But even, because there is a substantial gemstone, you could set these into earrings and just have one, just one on an earring with some smaller quartz, and have them as a really wow factor earring as well. There is no way you couldn't use these, even if you just wanted to use one on the back of an extender chain as a feature.
Oh, that'd be nice,
Just
because it'd be quite gem heavy as well, so you'd be able to feel it, sometimes I think.
And quite often what I will do is I'll add a bracelet onto the back of a neckline piece, which is detachable, and I'd use this as the way to the bottom to hold that down, and actually be a feature as well of
that's
that
a great idea.
sort of back necklace, if you like.
Brilliant.
But lots of different ways to be able to use them, and don't be afraid of the size of them. I think people sometimes look at the size and think, they're a bit overpowering. They're not at all. They're just going to add that real focal and feature point to your jewellery.
Well, that's the beauty of the fact that you've got the clear quartz here, because they're not necessarily going to overpower another gemstone. They're still going to be quite subtle, despite the fact that they are very large in size, because you've got that neutrality. But then, of course, they'll pick up on the colour tones with the coating.
They're going to be that wow factor from across the room. So if you're wanting to make a statement piece of jewellery that's got a real wow factor, and you want to walk in the room and people are going to notice that piece of jewellery, you're not going to need to use too many of these to be able to create that. As we said earlier, you can set them into the wire mesh if you want to set them inside the wire mesh.
Absolutely.
Or you could sort of sew them in on top of the wire mesh and create those petals around it and let them sort of sit in there.
That's nice, because then you can use the shape that the mesh forms. Yeah, that's lovely. So lots of inspiration there from Sarah, and I think we're going to have to get our exclusive launch price on screen. 680 carats of rainbow coated crackled quartz will be available for $11.95 in 1 hour's time, if there are any left in stock, because we are about to give you an exclusive launch price, only available for the next 60 minutes. And in order to make our superstar buy as accessible as possible, we've taken it under £10. Every little helps, as they say, and to give you this kind of carat weight of a gemstone that has actually gone through so many processes, because if you think you've got to mine jewellery quality quartz, we've created these inclusions. They don't occur naturally. So what we've done is we've het the gemstone up to a high temperature, and then we've plunged it into ice cold temperatures to create this quenched effect. Then we've actually had to provide it with that rainbow coating, which I promise you will see when you get this home. You do have a 30-day money-back guarantee. Most people coming through are multi-buying this strand, so that is hugely impressive. And if you are placing it in your basket, my advice would be to check out to avoid disappointment. We did have over 100 of these when we started, but we haven't got anywhere near that now. If you want to get involved, you know what to do. Dial the free phone number or click to find out at jewellerymaker.com. I don't think anybody's going to be too disappointed when they get these home, because you'll be able to appreciate the impact they'll make instantly the second you lay eyes on them, because they're so large. I'm just thinking now, I can't get over the idea of creating wire work rings, just because it means that you only have to give away one gemstone each time.
Do you know what? I just think at home, maybe people can't sort of get the scale of the size of them. Do you want me to hold them up against my neckline?
That's a great idea, actually. And also,
You can do it.
I'll do it for you if that's okay. There you go.
There
So you can get an idea of how large they are.
And look how impact that is. And just with this dress, I would just wear that alone with this dress. And I just think that's just an amazing, just everyday design that you can put on.
I can see all the colours of your dress on the gemstone itself as well, so it does really work with this look. Yeah, no, it's fantastic.
And it looks great against all skin tones as well, this clear quartz. So it picks up if you've got a rosy tone in there, or whether you're a bit sun-kissed like I am, or whether you're a bit darker. This is just going to look amazing.
Right, stop showing off about your tan now. No, it does look fantastic. Great impact, so hopefully that gives you more perspective about the impact they're going to make. 16mm rounds, and actually, how large are these little beads? These little diamond cut beads, how large are these? I think these are about 8mm. Oh, they're 10mm, so again, maybe that's a good way of doing the scale. So that's a 10mm bead, and that's the size you're getting from your 16mm bead there. Once again, we've gone global, so that just goes to show you the kind of value we're able to offer you here at Jewellery Maker. £10. Don't forget, this is an exclusive launch price. It's only available for 60 minutes. So even if you're caught in two minds, even if you're not 100% sure about whether you want to work with gemstones that are this large, add them to your order, get them home, and then you can make an informed decision. I don't think anybody's going to be too disappointed. And also, the other thing is, of course, if you do dilly-dally and you leave it too late, in an hour, you're going to have to pay $11.95. So if there are any remaining in stock, these will return to the intended price in 60 minutes. But right now, we're trying to make them as accessible as possible by giving you an exclusive launch price down to $9.95 for 680 carats of rainbow-coated crackled clear quartz. 16mm rounds, and I have to say, we don't see this gemstone as often as probably we'd like, and we certainly don't see it in this size very often. So if I were you, I would take this chance to get hold of these particular gemstones, and if you have placed them in your basket, as I say, check out to avoid disappointment, because we have got a short queue on our free phone number. Lots of people coming through, and it tends to be the phone buyers that are multi-buying. I don't know why that's the case, but it just tends to be the pattern that it's following. So people who are coming through on the phone line are grabbing 2s and 3s. It might be that you miss out if you're not checking out your baskets. Don't want to put any unnecessary pressure on you, but that's just my advice.
I wouldn't miss out on this, because gemstones of that size, rainbow coated, I haven't seen in ages, let alone a gemstone of that size.
Absolutely.
So I wouldn't miss out on this. I just love that.
I totally agree.
Completely. I'm in love with it. I'm going to have to get on my phone once I get it.
I'll keep my fingers crossed that they're not all gone. I'm led to believe there is still some stock available, so if you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. Absolutely incredible. And if you can check out your baskets, I would advise that you do that right now. So that is our superstar buy for this evening. Congratulations to everybody getting involved on that particular deal. We are now going to have to bring the show to a close, I'm afraid. Just enough time for me to thank Sarah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, your designs are amazing, and we always like your insights, so thank you for joining us. We will have more designers on the Late Show in the coming months, and thanks to the team for making my first show back so easy. My team very hard working. So thanks Pete, thanks Sam, thanks producer Liam, thanks director Bruce. And we'll be back tomorrow at 5 PM. If you stay tuned now, there will be a selection of designer inspiration shows and morning shows to inspire you with our expert designers, and of course, I suppose product launches that you might have missed out on as well. I'll have to love you and leave you, I'm afraid. I'll see you tomorrow at 5 PM. I better go and find out who my football team have signed. Thank you and good night.
dong 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 dong. Pliers, 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 city of pliers, 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 city of pliers and sunshine and rainbows and jewelry maker. Those were the lyrics to the song. I chose not to record them for today's show, but those are the lyrics. Can we play it? Can we play it again, please, Ollie? 3, 2, 1. What is through the door today? Good morning, jewelry maker. How you doing? Isn't that lovely? That's like a lovely alarm clock in the morning, isn't it, Laura Binding?
It is.
Carol. Do you know what? Some people have alarm clocks that go.
Yeah.